Well, hello there. I hope you're doing well. And today, we are going to embark upon a journey. Unlike any. Today, we're gonna find out the lore, the backstory, and all the juicy details about none other than my and yours favorite character, Changli. Well, my age is young, but you know, I felt like I had to say it to connect with the youth. But hi there. Hi Angel, hi Cool, hopefully you guys doing well. And also, before we begin, a little backstory why I wasn't able to stream since last Tuesday, so... some of you may know, I was busy with like work on Wednesday and a little bit on Thursday, right? So I was planning to stream on Friday, but as luck would have it, I was stricken, but no misalignment this time. I was stricken by a vehicle of motorized variety, and my car got decimated. Not like decimated to the point where it couldn't be driven, but my entire front part was pretty much gone. So I had to stay in the middle of nowhere in northern part of England, pretty much for 2 days straight, trying to get it fixed. So that's what I've been up to. And also I kind of suffered, doctor didn't say concussion, but I felt like I had something going because my head was ringing for like 2 days straight. So that's basically what happened on last episode of Dragon Ball Z recap for you. Now you caught up to Lux's Bizarre Adventures lore, and you know, now we can continue with what we're here for, which is a lore of the game. You're unfortunately not wrong, Angel. I hate driving, right? I feel like driving is the biggest curse against man because you are stuck in a little metal contraption with a couple sofas inside, where if something happens, you're pretty much screwed because what are you gonna do, jump out of the car? Would I look like Tom Cruise to you? I cannot do such stunts. I'm prepared. So yeah. And also, I get a very bad case of vertigo, which is another thing why I don't drive very often.
What do you want? I've done nothing wrong.
That's what a guilty man should say. Ask about the riddle in Changli's now.
Huh? Well, you're just asking for directions. Sorry, I'm not a local. Can't help you there.
That's a whole take, Cool, if I ever heard one. Well, the thing is, so, I guess if you're interested, I can give you a little bit more of a detail. So, imagine this. It was about 5 o'clock in the evening, about peak rush hour, I'd say. I was driving on freeway, and I was about to take a left turn, right, to change the junction. And out of nowhere, I get this black BMW just cutting right in front of me. Like, out of no unprompted, nothing. And he just kind of clips me, but he clips me in a way that his entire car kind of starts swerving, and he pretty much, first of all, like, backsided my frontal lights completely off, shattered them completely, and then he somehow managed to basically clip his, like, mirror, right, on my, I think, bumper or something, and his mirror flew off and just punched my front window. Just clobbered. And basically, yeah, shattered my entire front window. Luckily, I had one of those windows that if it's breaking, it doesn't shatter, it's kind of like falls down. So I didn't get my face full of glass, which was a good thing, as you can imagine. So yeah, and after that I like kind of took a second to rearrange myself because my head just went walloping into my steering wheel. Like, I never had an impact that great. And I had butted a wall before. Don't ask me why, it's a long story. I'll tell another time. So I clobbered my front wheel, right? No, just wheel in general, I don't know why I said frontal. So I clobbered my wheel, massive bruise on my forehead, it's still a little bit sore. I look like a goddamn Humpty Dumpty right now. If Pinocchio had a bruise that would grow bigger the more he lied, I feel like that would be my thing, but instead of lie, I feel like existence would be my curse. The more existence, the bigger it gets. Like on Saturday morning, I woke up and I swear to God, I thought I had a second hand growing. It was that bad. But anyway. So did that, walked outside of the car, kind of trying to figure out where I am, who I was. And the guy walked out of the car, very sheepishly walked up to me. He was like, terribly sorry. I was in a hurry to a business meeting. I didn't expect, to pretty much do what I did to you. And I guess, could you give me please your, like, insurance number, and I'll cover all the expenses, and if possible, I would like to treat you to a dinner after work today, if possible, just to apologize in person, because I'm really in a hurry right now. And I was like, I mean, on one hand, I understood where he was coming from, because he wasn't, like, aggressive about or anything, but on the other hand, I was like, so you tell me you're in a hurry, and your first case of action is to get into a car crash, which pretty much took like at least half an hour of your time in order to get to that meeting. And I was like, okay, you know what? I wasn't in the mood to argue. I was like, you know what? Understandable. Fair enough. I didn't get hurt too badly. And, the guy was apologetic about it. I was like, you know what? I'll be a good individual and I'll take it on chin for once. And after, like, we exchanged numbers, right? And basically at about, I want to say 6 o'clock, I went to a doctor, right, straight away, because the hospital was right around the corner. Very luckily for me, it was like 5 minutes away. So I waltzed into the hospital. I was like, Doc, I know I don't have an appointment. I kind of got into a car crash, and I'm worried that I fractured something, or, my head ringing. Can you please check? And he was like, do you have insurance? And I was like, yes. Okay, come in. And I was like, okay. So he checked me up. It took me about half an hour. He was like, okay, you're fine. Take some painkillers. He gave me, like, some headache pills and whatnot. And get out of here. And I was like, okay. So I waltz out. Kind of sat on a bench for about 30 minutes thinking about where my life choices led to this point and how did I get here. And after contemplating existence for about half an hour, I get a call. I mean, I would feel fractured, but you're saying that microfractures is a thing, Angel, so even if you don't feel something and you get into an accident, I would tremendously recommend still checking a doctor, because microfractions are a thing and they could mess you up later on in life. I had a friend who basically got punched in the nose, and he didn't think he needed a doctor because it didn't bleed or anything. It was just kind of swollen for a while. And then only like years and years after, he realized that his nose was fractured. He had like a microfracture, which like kept growing until he almost couldn't breathe, so he had to get an operation because of that. So treat it very carefully. But anyway, so got a phone call at about 7, and the guy invited me very politely to a dinner. He was like, hi, I'm so-and-so, we go into altercation this evening. I'd like to invite you to a dinner. And he invited me into a very posh, like, Chinese restaurant. The guy clearly, was pretty well off. And, we had a dinner for about an hour. Yes, Angel, you do, because you shouldn't treat it lightly. If you feel like you had a pretty big impact. Even if you don't feel it, I would still recommend it. You never know. And you don't want to find out years after that you actually could have fixed something immediately. Because if my friend went to the doctor immediately, they probably could have did a scan and like prescribed him some stuff to fix it, or maybe did like a micro operation and, you know, would have fixed it. But anyway, so the guy invited me, went to this restaurant, had a very nice meal, probably one of the best meals I ever had, and I didn't think that would be something I would experience that day, but had a meal, smooth things over. Once again, he was like, I have this car dealership that I frequent, could I take your car there and I'll let it fix, I'll hire you a taxi and everything. He got me a hotel as well, which I forgot to mention. So he hired me a hotel until it got fixed. So I pretty much got like a paid vacation. Kinda. It was a pretty nice like 4-star hotel as well. So I stayed there for 2 days, kind of like recovering. And got home yesterday at about 10 o'clock. And basically what been my weekend as. What started as pretty much one of the worst experiences I ever had ended up, you know, pretty decent. I had worse. You know, there's some places in the world where you get crashed into, and the most you will get is a half-assed apology, and you can't even get sued because some people can flip it on you and be like, oh, it's his fault. I didn't get any of that, so I was very lucky and fortunate in that regard, but I wouldn't recommend it. I wouldn't recommend it. So yeah, anyway, that was a little bit more of a law that we spent the past almost 20 minutes talking about, but I hope you enjoyed that little tidbit of what happened to Lux. Moral of the story: don't drive. Or if you do it in a rich neighborhood where you can get compensated. Hi there, Kakaro, glad to see you, hopefully you're doing well. And you just on time, we didn't really do much, I was just recapping my bizarre adventures over the weekend, so you're still on time. Well, the thing is, it wasn't even my first car crash. I've been in at least 3 car crashes, but this was the first time where it was actually just me. The other 2 were my parents, where a few cars got clipped into us, but none of them were as bad as this one. Because I was literally worried as soon as I saw that it was like in slow motion, you know? I got like initial D moment where I saw the frontal mirror fly in a window, and I instinctively ducked because I wasn't sure if it's gonna just go straight through the window and like hit me in the forehead. Luckily it didn't, but it got stuck in a window, so it was a little bit scary. But other than that, I was fine. Yeah, I'm absolutely fine right now, Kagura. As I said, just a bit of a minor bruising on my forehead. I look like Piccolo, you know, about to go Super Saiyan. Just a little bit of a bruising going. Some veins popping out, but other than that, absolutely fine. Yes, I've become fine. I was just, if you're interested, just rewind like 15 minutes to the beginning of the stream later, and you'll get caught up on all the lore. But just to give you a brief example, basically, on Friday, got clipped into some wealth, well, the guy clipped into me, a wealth individual, and basically paid for hotel, my car repairment, and dinner. And yeah, that was kind of the cliff notes. And I just came back yesterday, so yeah, that's why I didn't stream. Anyway, let's get to the story. We're not here to talk about my adventures. At least not for the entire stream. Okay, let's go.
Wait, you were the one talking to Lady Changli earlier, weren't you?
I mean, Kagero, you know, I would get isekais at any given point, and I would be like, you know what? I can do better. I'm glad you say as a Sadvik, but you know, my time will come. None of us are safe from the almighty prowess known as Trakun. He is the ultimate Grim Reaper. And you may escape death, but you may never escape the isekai-ness the Dragon shall leash upon you. We all shall be reborn in our transmigration, isekai story where we need to defeat the demon lord, save the princess, or become a villain. Probably in my case, more likely, let's be real here. But yeah, I'm absolutely fine, so crisis alerted.
If I were you, I'd steer clear of her. She's a deceitful woman who enjoys toying with people's hearts. A cunning villain who will manipulate you without you even knowing it.
What am I hearing right now? Listen here, you Oompa Loompa looking son of a gun. I swear to God, you take Changli's name out of your dirty mouth or I will wash it with the cleanest soap I can possibly find. I will duck your head like bobbing for apples into dishwashing liquid until you can't breathe anymore if you say that again. I swear to the almighty Zeus, I will strike you where you stand. Unbelievable. And also, I'm not 7 feet, I'm 6'4". I'm not that tall. How so?
Haven't you heard? She left her government job to come here, to this small town. There's got to be a reason behind it. I heard she chose to quit her job, but I bet she messed up back in the capital and got demoted here as punishment.
Is this guy like a flat earther of this universe or something? Like, what's going on? The man watched way too many Alex Jones documentaries, I swear to God. It's not nice to badmouth people like this.
Then I guess you've also been fooled by her looks. That woman will stop at nothing to get what she wants, while you remain oblivious to her true intentions. And by the time you catch on, you'll already be caught in her trap.
To be fair, if the worst stuff you ever saw is High School DxD, it's vanilla. Let's be real. On a degen scale, High School DxD doesn't even reach midpoint. It's not even mid. It's on the better side of degeneracy. Thus, like, Boku no Pico exists. That's all I need to say. That's all I need to say, and you should realize how bad the bad is.
Hey, wait a minute. Has she actually achieved anything substantial during her time in Jinzhou? Or did Madame Magistrate just fall for her clever words and let her slack off?
I'm deliberating whether I should, challenge this man to a duel of honor. All the trash talk that he's been unleashing upon me. What makes you so sure?
I have my reasons to believe so.
Don't, Kakarot, I swear to God, don't you bring that unbelievable, godforsaken, travesty of a show upon these mortal people. I swear to God. I've seen it, okay? I can tell how bad it is. Look. When I was 12, right? I didn't have something known as self-respect. And I watched the most degenerate things I could possibly find in anime form. And I swear to God, some of those things should be illegal. Like, they should actually be outlawed. Like, you know how some boomers say that video games and anime makes you violent? They could be correct, because when I watched Metamorphosis, I wanted to punch my screen. And, just erase my brain right then and there. So perhaps they correct it to certain retrospect. Maybe anime should be outlawed.
I heard she tricked that VIP guest of Jinzhou into going to Mount Firmament. Just think about how dangerous that place was.
Look, guys. I grew up in a different era. I grew up in an era when anime was still underground, okay? When I was 12, anime wasn't cool. You're growing up, I mean, Sadvik and Kakarot probably know, because similar age to me, but you, Angel, when we were young, okay, when we were a mere young whippersnappers just like you, it had to be, outlawed. It was like, learning martial arts in, like, 19th century. It was not something you would just do. And if you did, people would think that, you know, you're dangerous. You know? You could snap at them at any given point, and to be fair, they could have been correct. With some of the stuff I watched. I'm not surprised I didn't have, like, a god complex or anything like that. But yeah. There's some stuff out there. That's all I'm gonna say.
She must have been afraid of him getting too close to Madame Magistrate and ruining her plans. What a sinister woman. Fortunately, that guest was a skilled fighter, and he managed to escape unharmed.
No, Sadvik, but you're not too far wrong. Because the thing is, back in the day, when I used to eat, I would watch stuff like Hellsing, you know, or Berserk. Like, no joke, no joke. For about 2 months straight, when I was reading Berserk, I would exclusively read Berserk in 2 occasions, right? First, when I was having a meal, and second, when I was going to the bathroom. 2 of which you would think probably would be the worst time to read Berserk. However, I would argue that when you're having a meal, there's nothing quite like, you know, watching a horse being very intimate with a lady. Or, you know, Guts literally beheading everyone and anything in sight. And the second option, I don't even need to explain why it's a good choice to begin with. Because, you know, you're already prepared. That's all I'm gonna say.
I hope you don't mind my frankness. Just giving some advice, because you look pretty innocent and gullible. And not from Jinzhou, judging by your outfit, right?
I mean, you know, while this man is talking, there's nothing interesting going on, so I'll just keep chatting. When we get to actual good stuff, I'll shut up. Because, you know, this man is a flat earther, that's all you need to know. The man probably thinks we on a oblong isosceles triangle, floating in nothingness. You know, he's probably correct, but then again, I'm the VIP guest. Okay.
Oh, shoot.
I think this man didn't understand
I
me.
completely forgot about something I need to do. Sorry, gotta run.
Alright, well, that was worth it, I guess.
Huh? How did she disappear like that? Wait, are you that legendary rover who saved Jinzhou?
Finally, some street cred. I could swear to God, nobody even knows my face in here. You know, at least in Genshin when I saved Mondstadt, everybody was, you know, cheering me on and they were like, honorary knight? You know. And here, people barely know my name.
What can I do for you?
I need a better PR management in here. You know, say what you will about Genshin, but they got the street cred figured out. I need to hire somebody to, you know, give me some advertisements. You know, stick posters at the very least. I don't have a missing sister in here, but, you know, we can make something up, like missing a dog or something, you know? Ask about the riddle in Changli's route.
Well, you've come to the right person. I'm here to compile a new travel guide for Hangjin.
Okay. So, you're not wrong, Kakarot, but, to my credit, I was joking that I was gonna play League. Because Liz was in chat, and I wanted to make a point. But, I was reading manhwa. When I was sitting in the doctor's office, I literally had one hand on my head, because it was hurting, and another hand on my phone, reading elusive, you know? Watching Kaiden just, going against one of the top 10 rankers. And I was like, you know what? It's good to be alive. If I was Isekai, I couldn't have experienced this. And for that, I'm grateful. But, I did play Wuthering Waves after that. I went and played a little bit of Wuthering Waves. Just to, you know, zooming around a little bit with Ji-Young. That made me a little bit better.
Next door ring and hanging eaves. Oh, I know where that is. You'll need to stand on the tallest building in Hangjin to see what you're looking for.
I'm very fascinated by this empire Hanja building, but we'll get back to that in a second. You, first of all, spelled it wrong, you absolute fiend, Sapphic. Get your facts straight. It's E-L-E-E... Wait, call up. C-E-D. I'm pretty sure... No. Yeah, I'm pretty sure... Look, spelling is not my strong part, but you get the point. You spelled it wrong. You should be ashamed. Anyway. Yeah, so, okay, so it's double E at the end. Okay, I knew there was double E. Still point stands. Kakarot, what do you mean? What do you mean? If anything, more kids should be like me. Enlightened being, you know, that's brain is too far gone in gacha and weeb stuff. You know? 6'4", handsome, a little bit degenerate, you know? What else? Can cook to save my life. Well, a little bit. I actually can a little bit now. Okay. What else? Quite antisocial, you know. I have to be dragged out on side like a goddamn vampire in order to soak a little bit of vitamin D. All in all, I'm just saying, a pretty good role model if I ever saw one. If I was, you know, a 9-year-old child and I saw a gentleman like myself on the street, I would probably run away in fear of my life. But then again, I might have looked back and I was like, you know what? Maybe I should be like that. For about 0.5 seconds and just keep running. Look, the man gotta. There's not many things for me to be proud of, and that's one of the only things. Anyway, the tallest building, huh?
It's on the northeast side of the
Is that
town.
me?
Can't miss it. You'll see it once you get there.
I mean, lady, if you're talking about me, I mean, I know I'm tall, but I'm not the skyscraper tall yet. There's gonna be Shaquille O'Neal. I'm not quite there yet.
Say, that
Absolutely.
person earlier, that was Lady Changli, right? I saw you talking to her.
Exactly, Sadvik, exactly. I gotta bring the good and then, you know, ease you into the bad. If I start, you know, with I'm a degenerate weeb, you're gonna be like, okay, I'm out. I'm clocking out mentally. But if I start, okay, I'm a 6'4" handsome individual, you're gonna be like, okay, I'm listening. And then I'm gonna be like, degen weeb, you're gonna be like, you know what, they kind of cancel each other out, so I'm still listening. And that's what it's all about. You gotta have your selling point before you begin your selling pitch. That's how I always go. That's the basics of marketing, guys. Yes.
I can't help but feel envious. I wish I could speak to her like you did, but she refuses to do interviews with the Pioneer Association. Plus, I doubt we have anything in common to talk about anyway.
I'm pretty sure he's taller. Isn't he like 6'8" or 7? I'm pretty sure he's huge. Like, say what you will about the guy himself after what happened to him recently, but I think height-wise he's relatively tall. Like, even taller than me. And I'll be clear. I think I don't want to grow any taller because it's already hard for me to walk through door frames. If I get to the point like Shaq, you know, above 7 feet, I don't think that's too much. At a certain point, like, height just becomes inconvenience.
As Master Xuanmiao's disciple, she excels in the arts of politics and diplomacy. Her travels have taken her across the 4 seas, and as Secretary General, she has commanded respect from all who cross her path.
I mean, I don't know much about the guy, but I just heard that he's freakishly tall. 6'4" is a great height, Angel. That's a great height. I don't think you want to... So, if you guys above 6 feet, it's tall. I don't care what anyone says. If you're above 6 feet, it's more than enough. You don't need to be a glorious 6'4", you know, Eastern European gladiator just like myself. There's no requirement. Obviously, it's better if you are. But if you're not, it's absolutely fine. How hard can I be pushing this? Really?
Yeah, and she came all the way to Jinzhou to help out Magistrate Jinzhou for the sake of peace in Huanglong. She's been working tirelessly behind the scenes since then, fully dedicated to her task.
I see. So, first of all, Sadvik, let me be frank with you. No matter how short you are, you'll never be shorter than Liz. Because you can not grow in negative height. So, there's a redeeming factor in every unfortunate circumstance. And in your circumstance, you're at the very least no shorter than Liz. And that's something you can be proud of.
How could anyone not revere such a selfless act? I could have sworn I just saw her. Where did she go? I wish I could take one more look.
I was just making sure she's not here. So I was like, is she here? No. Okay, good. Because, you know, she's gonna come all the way from Mexico after me. If she hears that. Are you sure you're just here for the travel guide? Is India not known for being tall? I thought quite a lot of Indian people are quite, you know, well endowed in height department. Is it not the case? Because I've seen quite a lot of tall Indian people. Especially, like in London, you go down to London, some tall guys. I'll tell you that much.
What can I help you with?
Ask about the riddle in Changli's note.
When snow thaw into streams? You're not from around here, I bet. When we say that in Hangzhen, we mean the Shichen of Wei. Early afternoon, the warmest hours of a day.
Ah, I see. Interesting. Maybe it's just that British curry, you know, that makes them taller. Like, freakishly tall. That's what happens when you grow up on British food, you know. It might not be the tastiest, but golly, we inject that stuff with gross hormones. And, you know, we grow up to skyscrapers that we are. You think you're eating a nice chicken tikka curry? Not so much. You eating bull testosterone in there. That stuff's gonna make you 6'9". If you're unlucky. And if you're lucky, 7'5". I just stopped eating by the age of 13, you know. I only ate it for about months, and I already grew 6'4". And I was like, you know what? Enough is enough.
Legend tells of a visitor who ventured here some centuries ago. Back then, local villagers were struggling with no firewood due to heavy snow. This visitor opened up a path with their forte and diverted a hot spring to provide warmth and aid.
I mean, jokes aside, guys, you shouldn't be insecure by your height. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Like, let's be real here. It doesn't matter if you're tall or short. As long as you're a cool individual and, you know, you are very likable and it's pleasant to be around you, that's all that matters. It doesn't matter if, you know, you're 7 feet tall, you can be an ass. Same thing if you're like 5'5", you can be the greatest individual ever. I mean, look at Charlie. You know, most critical. The man is almighty 5'7", I believe? He might be 5'6", I don't remember. One of the smartest individual ever. And you should be proud. Because at the very least you're taller than him.
People say it was once a stunning sight, with mist and ice flowing westward down the streams, as if many celestial beings were returning to the sea. Now the sight has unfortunately disappeared, but the saying sticks. We use it to describe time in local speech.
I would go with like Uno reverse kind and just say no you to everything, Angel. That's the ultimate comeback. Especially if, you know, you're on youngest demographic side. That always works.
Well, it's what Grandpa Zoe tells everyone. I haven't seen it with my own eyes, but when it comes to stories like this one, they're usually made up.
I remember a bit that Kevin Hart did when he was talking why he could never be a gangster. And he like pulled up this massive stool, sat on the stage, right? And started just dangling his feet, and he was like, I'm gonna kill everybody in this place tonight! And he would just started swinging, saying, what do you think, this is a game? Do you think I'm joking around? And I was like, God, this is the funniest thing ever. Because if I saw this in real life, I wouldn't be able to hold back the laugh. You know, just seeing the dichotomy of a man that's probably on the verge of mental breakdown and just swinging his feet like he's on the carousel. It's the funniest thing ever to me. I don't know why. And I felt so bad about laughing, but I swear to God, one of the funniest things I ever heard. I love that man. You don't believe in those stories?
Not that I don't want to believe them, but... Oh, you were listening to one of his stories earlier too, right? What did you think?
Absolutely, Kakarot. I mean, as a man that's 24, I'm already at the retirement age. I don't know what I'm doing here. I should already be in, you know, a nice Florida retirement home, eating applesauce all day, and playing like curling or something. But here I am. Still kicking. As unfortunate as that sounds. Sounds interesting.
Really? So you're into stories and anecdotes too?
You could say that. I do like me a good anecdote.
Grandpa Zhou's great-grandfather was a descendant of the first inhabitants of Hangshen. He grew up hearing stories about Mount Firmament. Recently, he heard Madam Magistrate had resolved the crisis, so he decided to visit and learn more about his roots. People in town are curious about the outside world and how they are perceived. Grandpa Zhou is happy to answer their questions and has unknowingly become popular among them. Before he knew it, everyone was coming to talk to him.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of lost with the story. I kind of blanked out halfway there. But I think he's saying something important, so keep attention, guys. Because I'm surely one. And it turned into a storytelling
It's funny
session.
to hear outsiders describe my hometown, Hangshen, as mysterious. We're just a normal place with our own quirks.
Smash Bros, so I have a confession. Now, some of the guys in chat already know this. So I'm the same Angel. Every single story we did, I completely blanked it out, except like in the hype parts. But to answer your question, Kagura, I never played... Okay. How do I put this in the most soft way possible? I never played a single Nintendo game in my life. No single one. Not Mario. No Pokemon. No even... You know. Who else is there? I don't know. Sonic? No, that's Sega. I just never play. I don't know. It's like... I grew up, right, in a relatively game-deprived environment where it was very hard to get games when I was a child, right? So whichever games I could get my hands on, I would play. And majority of those games weren't like official branded games. They were just games that I could get in, you know, game stores. And Nintendo games just weren't available for whatever reason. So, I never played them. So, I don't know. Hi there, Alex. Glad to see you joining the good time, don't you worry. So, yeah, I remember when I said this in Discord, Liz and Doc were about to crucify me. Like, I swear to God, in their eyes, I committed national treason. I might have as well said that I was the second coming of Antichrist, the way they treated me. Like, you never played Pokemon? I was like, no, I wasn't. And for about an hour, they started roasting me relentlessly. I was like, okay, fair enough. But I was always an RPG guy. I don't know, I played a lot of RPGs. Played Final Fantasy, you know, Persona, Fire Emblem, like all of those Tales series. I played every single Tales games to completion. Like, I don't know, I was always an RPG guy. Dark Souls, Bloodborne, Demon Souls, later Sekiro, you know, all of these. Was a big RPG guy.
Especially lately, with so many people from Jinzhou coming on some kind of expedition. They're obsessed with us, like we're some kind of ancient relics. Can you believe they actually asked if our pavo plums have magical powers?
Obviously, plums have magical powers. It's called fiber. Learn about it. Anyway, Persona 5, yes. I played it and it was awesome. I played it to completion. I loved it. Brilliant game. Also, Elden Ring is really good. I played it as well. I haven't played the latest DLC because I heard that it was bone-shutteringly hard, and I just didn't really feel like, you know, banging my head against the nearest wall for about 2 hours straight after trying to beat it. So, maybe later.
Time truly is a formidable force.
I mean, Angel, welcome to the Soul series. That's just how it goes. If after you played a single Soul series, if you didn't have, at the very least, damage to either yourself or equipment during your gaming session, you didn't play the Souls game. It's part of the experience. You know, self-harm is bad. But when you play Souls games, it's kind of a given for you to either to break something on yourself or within your vicinity. It's just how it goes. Well, going with Elden Ring as your first Souls game is probably for the better. Because it's probably the easiest.
Hey, why are the people here so divided about Changli?
Like, I feel like if you never played a single Souls games, Elden Ring probably has the lowest barrier of entry out of any Souls games. Because like Dark Souls, Dark Souls was my first Souls games, and Dark Souls 1 is a sin against man. I swear to God, it was that hard. Dark Souls 2 wasn't that bad. Dark Souls 3 was pretty hard. Bloodborne was kind of in the middle. It was okay. It wasn't super hard unless you went to Nightmare mode, you know, just trying to go like a full fisticuffs mode or anything like that, in which case it would have been hard. Sekiro was okay. Demon Souls... Actually, Demon Souls probably the easiest now that I think about it. But it's pretty old, so I wasn't sure if you're gonna be enjoyed. But Elden Ring, I'd say, is probably a good place to start. Because if you like Elden Ring, you probably will like all the other Souls games. It's a very easy, shall we say, avenue to the genre. She doesn't seem to have ill intentions.
You humans make everything so complicated. Well, at least now we know what she wanted to say.
Also, Plants vs. Zombies was my jam as well, Sadvik. Sorry, I missed that. Started talking about Souls games and, you know, kind of drifted off a little bit. Let's meet the highest place in Hongjin in the early afternoon.
No, that's much easier to understand. Why does she have to make it a whole riddle? I'm getting sleepy again.
I wouldn't recommend DLC. Even for me, it looks hard, and I completed every Souls
How are you
games
liking
to
Hongjin
the
so
full.
far?
Like, I have a friend who like religiously plays Souls games. The man played Dark Souls 2 50 times. That's how deep into Souls lore he is. And even he was struggling to beat DLC. So I was like, if that man can do it, what chances am I having? Considering my last Souls games was years ago. Like, my last Souls game was Dark Souls 3, I believe, because I never finished it, so I went back to like finish it up, and that was like 2018 maybe, 2019. So I haven't played any Souls game for well over 4 to 5 years. So it has been a... No, wait. When did Sekiro come out? Because this Sekiro was my last one. It might have been Sekiro now that I think about it. Yeah, it probably was Sekiro now that I think about it. It was a long time. Let me put it that way. It's nice. The place is bustling with life.
The crisis at Mount Firmament has been resolved, and the waterway between Jinzhou and Hongzhen is open once again. As a result, there has been an increase in visitors from Jinzhou, making the town more lively than before.
Nice. Tourism booming. I hope I get some of the kind of your GDP for saving your place and all that. You know, traveling is expensive. I mean, DLC is quite pricey, but I heard the content inside is quite substantial. So it's almost like a different game from what I heard. And it's even harder, so some people into that.
With the chaos subsiding, our town and city are now reconnected, allowing residents to live and work in peace.
Wow, that dog's popping off. Look at those moves. The man is bound to challenge Mike Tyson to a bout. Look at that form. The man clearly learned from the best.
We owe you a debt of gratitude, Rover, for your efforts in clearing the remaining effects of temporal disruptions in Mount Firmament over the past few days.
I mean, what else am I gonna do? You know, I'm kind of stuck here, solving your issues. So might as well play the hero. I'm just doing my part.
We're all
I ain't no
indebted
hero.
to you, Hongzhen and its people alike. If there's anything you need, don't hesitate to ask.
Oh, I will. Don't you worry.
I couldn't help but notice you've been asking around. Is there something you need assistance with?
Well, if you can take a look over my CV, I'm just kind of been applying to, you know, a lot of jobs. I kind of want to apply for the general position. I know Jiyan technically takes it, but I feel like they could be too general in this town. My experience is fighting against a big-ass dragon, okay? Fighting against terrorist organization known as Fraxidus, and pretty much beating every living existence within my path relentlessly until it's submit to my being. So I feel like I'm well overqualified. The only thing is that I need some references, and honestly, I don't know who to ask. So if you can be my referee, that would be appreciated. I feel like with your support, we can get up there. And you know, if I get in, I'll do you a favor as well. You know, you scratch my back, I scratch yours. If I remember, that is.
Should we find Ash Changli instead?
Well, oh, never mind.
I see. That sounds like something Changli would do. Even though we're not that close, I know a bit about her personality. She wouldn't just hand over something that symbolizes her identity to anyone, especially when...
Especially what?
I
What do you
think
mean
it would be
government
better
corruption,
for her to tell
Sadvik?
you personally.
Rules exist to
The
bend them.
Magistrate's Counsellor
okay?
is shrouded in mystery.
Like,
and her
who
motives are
made
often hard
rules?
to decipher.
You tell me bribery is wrong, illegal, and immoral? Who said that? Like, you know, if I, you know, pay, like, I don't know, 20 asteroid to, like, a local government official to elect me in the next position of power, am I really gonna be in the wrong? I mean, they're gonna be the ones taking it, not me. You know, I'm just benefiting the society, I'm benefiting the taxes, and I'm also benefiting myself, more importantly. And let's be real, this place is clearly run to the ground with the current government. And I'm just saying, if you elect me, I'm gonna make this place run. on not just water, but on gold. Because we're gonna steal it from everybody else. We're gonna invade everyone. Just like the true freedom way.
When she wants something done, it's never as straightforward as it seems. And few can grasp the true meaning behind her plans.
I see.
The rumors and controversies surrounding her never cease. But she seems unfazed. However, I believe one has to get involved personally to truly understand Changli's intentions, regardless of public opinion.
Well, isn't she like a counselor of Jinzhou? I'm pretty sure she knows what's going around. In fact, she's probably the most knowledgeable person here. I'm very curious about her plans, though. What is she
About the
scheming?
riddle, it seems you have already figured it out by yourself. But remember, it's not just about the answer, but also what she wants you to understand.
Is this gonna be a self-realization journey, but the only person who's gonna learn from me is me? I mean, might as well, I guess. When else am I gonna learn something? Indeed.
Then, if you'll excuse me.
I shall not. You will stand here until I let you go. Now, let's keep talking about my, you know, coup de la grace, shall we say. Do you have white masks, preferably with a nice, tiny French mustache on it, and a very peculiar, you know, eyeshadows underneath? You know, preferably about my face size as well. And do you, by any chance, have like one of those hats as well, that like Three Musketeers used to wear? Just because, you know, I feel like I have to have it if I want to overthrow the Parliament. I feel like we gotta go by the book.
If there's anything else you need here in Hongzhen, please do not hesitate to let me know.
Thank you. Did you know, by the way, in UK there's an entire day where we celebrate Guy Fawkes actually getting burned for no reason. That's actually a celebration day. I think it's like on 5th of November or something. We just celebrate that. We make a big ass fire. And you know, that's just how it goes. For whatever reason. We just love us some fire. Probably the only celebration they actually care about. Because they get to make fire legally. Instead of under the cover of darkness. Wait. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Who is that? Who is that? And why does he have the best eyebrow game I've ever seen in my goddamn life? I want it. Look at that. That's a peak perfection. There might be nothing going on behind those eyes. They might have a 1,000-mile stare, but let me tell you something. Their hairdressing game is on peak. Those eyebrows goes every which way they please. And honestly, I couldn't blame them. If I was looking at least half as fresh as they are, I would be also standing there, you know, like a cock on a walk. Unbelievable. Anyway, what am I doing here? Also, Cedric, you know, I gotta go through my roots. I might not be British, but I consumed enough tea to, you know, awaken the scent trait within me. When I see a land unconquered, that's a British thing. So we call cock, not what you think. It's not what you think. It's a chicken. It's a rooster. We just refer to that. Don't ask me why. I don't know. But that's a saying. That's an actual saying. I didn't make that up. Google it. And it's not rude either. It's just what we say. It's probably the most British phrase I could possibly give you. And basically means like you being pompous. It's another word for rooster. I didn't make it up. It's just what it is. It's a saying. I don't know what to tell you. Well, welcome to British world. You have a lot to learn. Just like I was. Like, did you know that in Britain they called lunch dinner? Did you know that? I know that, and I refuse to acknowledge it. And they call dinner tea. Why? I don't know. It's just what they do. Okay, where do we need to go, actually? Yep. I don't know why it doesn't make sense. But that's what they do. And you know, I just never questioned it. No. Lunch is dinner. Sadvik. Lunch is dinner. It's what they call it. I don't know why. They just do it. And I was so perplexed because the first time I heard that, I was like, it's not 5 o'clock. Why do you say it's dinner time? And they were like, no, it's dinner. It's 12. You know, it's time to eat. And I was like, no, it's lunch. Like, lunch? What is that? I was like, did I learn English wrong or something? Like, that's one of the first cases where I actually agree with Americans on that one. Because, at the very least, lunch and dinner makes sense. Exactly, Sadvik. It's all makes sense when you think about it backwards. That's British logic for you. Also, where do I need to go? No. Lunch is dinner, Sadvik. Come on, get it straight. And dinner is tea. Why dinner is tea, I have no idea. However, that's what they call it. So, the next time you're gonna go with somebody on a nice dinner, you're gonna be... Anyway, you wanna go get some tea? And, you know, if they say yes, bring them to a nice restaurant, and when they're gonna look perplexedly at you, expecting to get a nice refreshing beverage, and you bring them to, you know, a 5-course dinner, you're gonna be like, well, we're having tea right now. Is it outside? Okay. I'm confused. Find the place next to Ring and Hanging Eaves. I assume it's this, isn't it? Am I crazy? Sadvik, I'm not British. What do you want me to say? Look, Sadvik, I didn't make the rules. I'm here just to follow them. If it was up to me, this place would have been run very differently. I'll tell you that much. Oh, on a mountain? Okay. Got there. Well, let's try climbing. See if that works. Thanks, Angel. I mean, this quest actually made me feel dumb the last time we were doing it, because I swear to God, I couldn't find anything. Like, this place actually challenges my lack of intellect, which already was at peak low. My one brain cell is hanging on thread right now. That's how bad it is. Is it this place? No? Okay, I guess not. Alright, let's climb further. See if that leads us anywhere. It's alright, I'll Google it if we can find it. I'm not known for my geographical prowess anyway. Ah, there we go. I think this is it. I should be Kagero, unless something...
A
Oh,
ring
this is
shaped.
actually a pretty cool view. I should be.
Should be this ring-shaped ancient structure, I guess.
That reminds me of that dragon skeleton in Dragon Spine. You know, the first time you see that back in Genshin, like back in 2021 or whenever Dragon Spine got released. I think it was January 2021. I remember seeing it for the first time and I was like, wow. That's the coolest thing I ever seen. How times have changed. The times were so much simpler back then.
Wow! It's really huge now that we look at it.
It is pretty big.
Next, hanging eaves. If we look from here, is it that pavilion?
Thank you for your help, Angel. I probably would have wandered for the next half an hour trying to find it without you. Absolutely no worries, Kagero. If you had a long day, just get some rest. Absolutely no worries. I really appreciate you guys showing up, because I'm sure for majority of you it's probably pretty late. No worries there whatsoever.
It does look quiet. Should be a nice place for meetings. Getting eepy again.
I would love to visit places like this in real life. Like, I always see in anime, you know, high school kids like going to the rooftop to have like lunches and all that. And I was like, I was always so jealous because we were never allowed to the rooftop. The only way we can get to the rooftop is by sneaking in. And it's the last thing you want to do there is lunch, because unlike in Japan when, you know, it's nice, pristine, it's just dirt and birds everywhere. It's probably the last place you want to be in. It's one of the things I'm jealous. Because, you know, you go up here, you have a nice little picnic, have a nice, you know, couple sandwiches, reminisce about the good old days, like the octogenarian that you are, and you just have a good time.
That must be the place then.
Over here in Europe, can't do that. Try it.
I'll get going.
And we also have those stupid, you know, triangular roofs. They're not flat at all, so you can't even go there. I mean, the true British exotic experience, you know? People rave about going to, you know, London Eye, you know, the Big Ben, all that. Nah. The best prime experience is you going on some dirty British rooftop, getting yourself a nice blanket, or, you know, just plopping your bare butt on the ground and just, you know, having a lunch there. With a couple seagulls and pigeons, you know, fighting you over the sandwich. A true experience for the enlightened beings. This looks nice. Hi Liz, glad to see you. Somebody read the dictionary today. You know, Liz just popped out the corner of her eye, like she saw the Oxford Dictionary. She was like, okay, what is the word of the day? And she just went to like E for that day. You know, she went already through A, B, and C. She's like, okay. And D as well. And I was like, okay, what's the first word? Effulgent. Okay, I'll use that today. It would make me seem like I have at least 2 brain cells instead of half. And don't worry, Liz, I've been there. I've been there. Effulgent is basically... How should I describe it? It's kind of like shining, I guess? It's kind of luminescent, so... I think from memory it means something like to shine? I don't remember exactly. Liz probably knows. Kagero, come on. You can be poor and still use the fanciest words imaginable. Just like me. I use the most profound lexicon you probably ever hear in your life, yet I don't particularly, you know, beam with wealth, shall we say. Well, you know, when you are in Britain, in order to get acquainted with the masses, you kind of need to be a little bit fancy, you know? You gotta have to be a little bit of a gentleman. Otherwise, you're gonna get deported. The main attraction of British masses is two things. Being passive-aggressive and using fancy words. Probably both at the same time. Oh, wait. I went too far in time. God. Okay, well. Serves me right. Trying to show off. You know, when you go to Britain, the first thing you probably hear is somebody refer to you as Il Cro-Magnon or something. Or Il Crouching, you know. Riff-raff is a big one here. You know, if you hear riff-raff, they're probably talking about you, because I heard they said about me quite a lot. I swear to God. That's one of their go-to. Especially down in, like, central London. I mean, Satvik, you're not wrong. That's a saddest fact. You know, a lot of people think of British people like these enlightened beings, you know? Where we all wear, you know, a nice little tux, you know, monocle, and a top hat, you know, saying, "Good day to you, sir. How may I, you know, enlighten you on this fine day? Would you like to have a nice tea session with me? You know, reminisce about the good old days under a nice cup." But in reality, it's gonna be "Oh, hi there, mate! Let's go get a pint down in the pub, shall we?" And, you know, that's kind of how it goes. And honestly, both have it's like a dichotomy of man, you know? You get the best and the worst at the same time. I can literally go down the street right now, and I might be able to see the most well-dressed individual I'll most likely ever seen in my life. And there's just some chav down the, you know, the other road, strolling to the nearest pub. Dressed in, like, Adidas tracksuit, with a couple stains on his backside. You know, pants, or trousers, shall we say, halfway down, you know, barely able to slur two words together. And that's kind of how it goes. That's an authentic British experience for you right there. It's fine, I just got here too. I never watch football either, Liz. I don't know anything about it.
Thank you for accepting my invitation.
There is an actual Echo named Riffraff Kakarot. I mean, there's gotta be a British lad on the development team, you know? He was probably going to the office and he was like, "I'm sick and tired of this riffraff strolling about my personal space. Tell you what, I'm gonna name a character named Riffraff, just to represent all of you ill-crouching plebs that surround my majestic being." Probably like a manager or something, you know? I see you really love the riddles.
Oh? And what makes you think so?
A very educational guess. Or as Deadpool would say, an educated wish, shall we say.
Those tokens from Jinzhou. It was your idea, was it not?
The thing about football, right? Britain is so crazy about football that whenever there's a game going, it's like you go out on the street and you can hear people watching it. You don't need to see them, you can hear them. And as somebody that never cared about sports, as in watching them, I just never understood that, but whatever floats their boat, I guess. I'm not here to judge.
So, you've guessed it.
I'm pretty sure it's like any sport. I'm pretty sure if cricket team, you know, local cricket team loses in like Ashes, there probably be riots on the street here as well. It's like any sports fan out there gets super invested. If you are a sports fan, you probably know what I'm talking about. You get, you know, you feel like you are part of the team. You feel like you have to defend the honor of your chosen gladiator, shall we say. It's like you're raising a Pokemon, but instead of actually owning the Pokemon, you're owning an idea of the said Pokemon. It's like, you know, summoning imaginary Pikachu every single time you watch football. And you feel like they're there, but they're not really.
Sorry, Rover. Jinzhou faced multiple threats back then, and we had to be cautious. We did not intend to inconvenience you. I regret our lack of hospitality.
Hey, it's alright, Changli. I've heavy voice. I mean, I'm already getting better treatment than I was in Genshin, you know. I've been thrown in prison at least in every single country. So, you know, in here, clean track record so far. For now, at least. We'll see how it goes further down the line. It's okay, Jinzhou, explain your reasons.
Still, I owe you an apology in person.
Exactly, Sadvik, exactly. I'm telling you, every single sports fan out there is, if they are dedicated, they are dedicated. To the point of a little bit craziness, shall we say. It's like they part of a tribe, you know how back in the day, there used to be tribes that would fight each other over territory? Just to assert dominance? Many people think that we become civilized. No, 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 no. We just contracted the said practices into more civilized manner, which enclosed us being surrounded by two tribes in a one very constrictive space, cheering on champions that represent the said tribes. And whichever tribe wins, they get the bragging rights and the humiliation rights of the losers. You know, it's like they're betting the honor. And whoever wins gains the honor, and whoever loses lives in shame. Eternal shame. And that's how it be.
This time, I just wanted to see you. The brilliant mind that always understood my unspoken words.
No worries, Angel. Have fun, and I'll catch you later. I mean, that's why I always felt like aggro, because I like sports, right? Ever since I was a child, I participated in tons and tons of sports. I did judo since I was 5, all the way up to like the age of 16. I did basketball ever since like middle school. I did a little bit of football here and there. Wasn't really a big fan, but I did it slightly. So I was involved in sports and I enjoyed playing them, but I just never got the appeal of sitting down and watching like a game of football for 2 hours, where 95% of the time nothing happens. Like, what's the point? Because majority of the time you're just sitting there, like half comatose, you know, eating your Doritos or whatever, drinking a pint and being like, this is great. Let's peak entertainment right there. Meanwhile, you know, somebody passing a ball for the 5,000th time backwards just to prolong the halftime or whatever. I just don't get it. Well, that's just me, you know. Not saying there's anything wrong with that, but it's just not my type of entertainment. I'd much rather lose my brain cells over gacha game. Because at the very least, there's diminishing returns there. At least I know how I'm losing brain cells, and I'm well aware.
I am very grateful you decided to come.
I never seen a Kagura, so I have zero clues, to be honest, what the title even is. But I'll take your word for it. What's the deal this time? Another Tesla Discord to beat?
Apologies for giving you that impression, Rover. That's not how we treat our saviors.
I mean, to be honest, Mondays are always the roughest. You know, actually the worst day for me personally is Wednesday. And the reason for that is because Wednesdays are deceptive. Since it's the middle of the week, so you kind of thinking, okay, there's only Thursday and Friday left before weekends. But you forget there's still 2 days to go. You kind of, in your brain, you rationalize in the sense of, okay, I already did 2 days. So I only have 3 days to go, including today. And then I'm free. But in reality, you still have more to do than you had already done. So Mondays, at the very least, it's like you're going off the freedom. You know, you were free for 2 days in a row, and you kind of only getting back into imprisonment of work, studying, whatever it is. So Mondays, in fact, are probably the least bad. Well, probably actually second least bad after Friday, because Friday is just there. And Thursday is just, you know, you're still not there, and you're already getting excited. You know, you already can't wait. So on Thursday, you can't even do anything because you're too excited for Fridays. And it's like, you know, but Wednesday's still the worst. I feel like it's Wednesday, Tuesday, Thursday, then Monday, and then Friday. That's how the tier ranking of the days work.
I merely have a few questions, and I was wondering if you may have the answers.
And I don't think I need to explain why Tuesday is second, because let's be real, who likes Tuesdays? Nobody.
Does this game of Weiqi look familiar to you, Rover?
I'm not gonna lie, I never played this game. I know it's like Chinese chess, but I have no clue how it even works. Oh, you got ill again? Jeez, Liz, you gotta take better care of yourself. I know I'm getting sick all the time, but you beating me. Black and blue, I know we share the same brain cell, but you know, you gotta be better than me. But get some rest, you know, get plenty of fluids and sleep, I guess, for once. I'm not sure. I hope you recover soon.
Apologies. I heard about your memory loss. Please, pardon me.
That's alright, you know. Memory schmemory, who needs it?
There is a local tale about the secret of immortality being hidden on Mount Firmament. Have you heard about it?
No, but I'm very curious. Immortality is something I seek. I only lived for 420 years, you know? I'm still a youngling, if anything. I still have a long way to go to immortality. So any, you know, tidbits I can get, I'll take it. Also,
Yes,
I have a question.
I have a slightly different version of this tale to share.
So, my question is, how does Changli's... Okay, you know what, I'll tell you in a second.
Centuries ago, a Taoist cultivator met an enigmatic visitor on Mount Firmament. Despite their age difference, they soon became friends and often played Weiqi together.
No worries, Sadvik. I'll catch you in a bit. I didn't even know there was medicine for it, is there? Because I thought they just give you, like, some Tylenol or, you know, just some painkillers and send you on your way. Is that meds now? I haven't had COVID in a while, but I thought there wasn't any. I know there's, like, injections and all that, but I didn't think they cure you, necessarily.
One day, a woodcutter stumbled upon them, having lost his way home. Their game mesmerized him so much that he didn't notice the red tie on his basket, rotting away. Panicked, he bumped into the Weiqi board. Despite the interruption, the visitor remained unfazed. They offered the woodcutter some tea, then guided him down the mountain, shielding him from dangerous temporal disruptions. After that, the visitor disappeared.
That was me, right? I'm not crazy.
Many years later, The Taoist cultivator became a legendary hermit guru. Upon returning to Mount Firmament in his final years, he reunited with that elusive visitor. The two resumed their unfinished game. People believe the visitor shared their secret of immortality through cleverly placed Weiqi pieces as a final parting gift.
Okay, let me see if I can figure it out. Okay, so this is an upside-down cross. Probably represents, you know, the evil within our souls. This is a very elaborate snake, you know, representing the Ouroboros, the self-devouring circle of life, which essentially means the more we try to achieve something, the more it consumes us. And we gotta be careful about wishing for things that we cannot wield. Otherwise, they will consume us, leaving nothing behind. And you know, this is a very elaborately placed house, representing a sanctuary within our souls, where the true immortality lies, because at the end of the day, what is more immortal than the experiences we make along the road, which is where true path towards enlightenment lays, as memories are eternal, and body is merely ethereal. And that is a true experience of immortality right there. I see what I was trying to say. To you, it might sound like nonsensical gibberish coming from potentially drunk British man who had 2 liters too much of tea this afternoon, but to me it sounds like a gospel of a very enlightened individual that you should take seriously if you decide to do so. You mean this game in front of us?
Yes and no. This game is missing the final 20 moves. It is unfinished.
I mean, to be honest, let's just take all your time. We can wait, you know? At the end of the day, your health is more important. I'm not Kagura. In fact, I never partook in anything except the finest of tea leaves. I drink at the very minimum 2 liters of tea, of the finest tea, at any given point. And I did just take a swig of mint extract tea while, you know, Changli was telling her tale of how I beat her in, you know, shogi or whatever that was.
That was a bit different from what you heard before, I guess. The story changed over time, infused with fantasy in each retelling.
Unbelievable. I'm sharing my enlightenment and all I get is ridicule in return. Nobody understands me in this world. How lonesome is it to stand at the top of the enlightenment ladder, only to look at the bottom and everyone else. One day, my enlightenment shall be known to the masses.
But that's how old tales go, slowly losing their truth as they're passed down.
But yeah, the stuff that I have in my water bowl is like, I swear to God, if somebody else probably took a swig of that, they probably would pass out immediately from how minty that stuff is. Like, it perks me up to the gills. I've never been high. However, I would argue that the stuff I have concocted over there is probably just as potent, if not more, than any herbal stuff out there. Because it's strong as hell. You take a swing of that and you're gonna have a Winter Soldier episode, your eyes gonna roll back into your skull, and you're gonna have a vision of the future. That's how powerful it is. Are you talking about, like, the 2 ladies Greg dropped in Discord? Because I've seen that, I mean, I guess I can show it, just in case some of you guys haven't seen it. Just give me a sec. What was it? There we go. So I believe this is one of the new characters, a little child. Not particularly interested. And then there's this ice lady, who looks kind of cool. She looks a little bit elusive, kind of like Black Swan from Honkai Star Rail. Don't really know who they are or what they are, but I assume they like sisters or something, because they kind of look the same, or like mother and daughter. Not sure, but I don't mind them. I'll need to see what they actually all about to make my judgments. But so far, I don't mind this lady. She looks kind of cool. She reminds me of like one of those priests from Dark Souls. You know, the one that has her eyes covered. Kind of gives me that vibe. But yeah, kind of cool. Could be. I mean, I think this girl would be 4-star and she probably would be 5-star. And they most likely will come together. I'm not sure though. We'll have to see. You mean the other folklores may have held some truth too?
Precisely. The legend may be shrouded in myth, but that game of Weiqi was real. Embedded within its records lies a cryptic message. This game record can solve the crisis of time.
Well, that's a... the stakes have never been high with the looks of it.
From what I know, only the Sentinel in its prime has the power to manipulate time through its possession of a complete temporal mandate. For us mere mortals, controlling time is indeed similar to gaining immortality.
Well, hopefully this week, Kakarot. Because I think, doesn't Changli leave next week? I'm pretty sure. So, yeah. Hopefully I'll get the chance to do it this week. And also, I have a very important question. How does Changli's hair defy physics? Okay? If we take a look at this, you know, her earrings. There's this hair part, right? That goes all the way around. Right? Binding her earrings. But then I have a question. How does this make sense? So there's no hair binding, you know, going to the top. So she has a hair strand that just defies all laws of gravity and just grows by itself. Unless the earrings has a haircut. I don't understand how this works. Unless she has like a secret compartment that goes all around earrings, which would be the most elaborate yet unpractical situation I ever seen in my life. And I need answers. You know? Nobody ever answered me why Clara doesn't have shoes, and nobody will answer me why does Changli's hair grow out of her earrings. I don't understand.
As the records state, it only reveals itself when Mount Firmament emerges. But how it ties to the temporal mandate remains an enigma. At least for now.
I'm telling you guys, I feel like there's a contraption inside of them. Yeah, but the thing is, Kakura, you gotta at least have your hair situation make sense. Like, you know, even in the fictional world, you don't have just hair sprouting out of your, you know, hands or something, out of nowhere. You at least gotta be sensible and believable. Like, at least with jiggle physics, like, I can kind of believe it. But no, this, you telling me there's earrings that can grow hair? Preposterous. The sentinel wounds.
Yes, we may find a way to heal them. But our chances are looking slim. That game record could just hold my teacher's memories, not any real value.
I mean, that's fair, Kakuro, that's fair. I didn't think about it that way. I'm just a man that seeks the truth, you know? I went on an entire tirade when I found out that Clara doesn't wear shoes, and I explained in very detailed explanation why it doesn't make sense and why also Svarog is the worst dad because he didn't give his daughter shoes. He might be the biggest drip king that ever existed, with his metal head and the shoulder jacket that equates him to the realm of gods. But when it comes to parenting, underwhelming at best. Illegal at worst. But anyway.
So I am presenting this as merely a personal request.
I wonder why that is, Kagura. Perhaps because they are the same. I feel like Changli is just an upgraded version of Yaomiko. Because Yaomiko is just kind of thirst without substance, if that makes sense. But Changli is the opposite. It's substance with thirst. Mostly from other people, not from her though.
I am planning to go find that record. Could you please join me?
Well, I guess if you ask me nicely, I will. Sure.
Thank you for lending me a hand. I promise it will be worth your while.
I am interested in this tale.
Splendid.
And also, let's be real, Chanli's drip is way better. Like, I don't care who you are, it's way better. Like, you look at this tattoo alone, I mean, how cool is that? It's still early. It's still early. How about we set off now?
Very well. Let's meet on the gallery road outside Hongzhen.
It's alright, Liz. If you fall asleep, feel free to do so. Absolutely no worries there.
I still have some preparations to do. Please, go ahead. I'll join you later.
And also, Changli doesn't even have shoulder jacket. She has elbow jacket. You know, she upgraded. Because remember what I told you guys, every character that has shoulder jacket is probably the most powerful individual you ever see in your life. But Changli was like, you know what, elbow jacket? That's a way to go. Shoulders are withholding too much of my power. Their jacket. I gotta go lower. Next character is just gonna have like an arm jacket, you know, just gonna tie to their wrist, just like a little flap. And just gonna cover their, you know, only the slight bit of backside. That's the most powerful of them all. The shorter the jacket, the less power it holds. Everybody knows that. Yoimiya has cool tattoos. I mean, the thing about, like, tattoos in general, I like them, but the thing is, I never was passionate about anything myself personally in order to get one. Because I feel like tattoos is one of those things that you shouldn't get just because you think it's cool. It should have at least some sort of meaning. Like, it should be something you like, or something that means, like, has sentimental value, or just brings you a good memory. And I just don't have anything like that I would wanna, you know, embody on my body forever, technically. Well, I know you can erase them, but I like to think about it more permanent, you know? And if I ever get there, I might get one, but as of right now, I just never had anything. And also, I kind of like these little tattoos that she has going. It's kind of nice. What do you mean, for once? All my takes are W's. Unbelievable, this man. Preposterous. Wasn't expecting you to arrive before me.
Well, as the Wayfinder, I do know a couple shortcuts.
Well, Liz, you would be one of those people that, you know, gets one tattoo, and then a year later would have your entire body just covered in ink. You're gonna be in one of those TLC documentaries, and the name of it gonna be like, From Ink to Despair. How I made my life hell by covering everything in ink. You know? And you're just gonna be like, yeah, you know, it started on one fateful Thursday afternoon where I went to this tattoo parlor and I got a very nice little ink of a Prima Gem embodied within my wrist. And you know, the next thing I knew, it started with my arms, continued to my legs, my eyes, and then my soul. And the next thing I knew, it took over my life. And you're just gonna have like a massive Paimon on your chest, you know? just like the biggest Paimon you can possibly imagine. Like you're literally gonna embody like life-size Paimon on your body, like arms, legs, everything. And just gonna be embodiment of the curse that you bestowed upon yourself. And then on the back, you're gonna have like a dark version of Paimon, you know, the Paimon that sucks all your luck away and all your money. Ah, you wanna go full Wii mode, you wanna have like Yakuza tattoo. I see, I see. How many knuckles on the dragon though? Because the more, you know, the 5 knuckles represent the Yakuza, like, highest members. Because I watched this documentary about Yakuza, and apparently they all had, like, dragon tattoos on their back, right? And the more knuckles... should be Chi-Chi on the back, actually, you are correct. There should be the luck-devouring demon on your back. Because, you know, a lot of Japanese people tattoo, like, demons on their back. That should be your demon. The gacha demon. And you should have, you know, bright glowing red eyes to represent the fear that will install in your unexpected enemies. If anybody dares to ambush you from behind, Chi-Chi is going to be there to protect you. He's going to install fear into your enemies. Send a bone-shattering chill through their soul. And make them think twice of approaching you ever again. I trust you'll guide me well, Miss Wavefinder.
The notes only provided a vague idea of where the game record is. I've determined the most likely location on my last visit.
I mean, fair enough, Liz, but you know, when there's a will, there's a way.
We'll be heading there. See if we can find anything new.
You been there before?
After dealing with those artificers, I ruled out the other locations on my way to join you. But one can only do so much alone. This is why I need your help.
Lucky for you, I'm very good at finding things.
How reliable.
You may say it's my job.
Then let's get going.
You don't call me Go-Go Gadget for no reason, because I'm here to fix your stuff. In one way or another. Maybe even by breaking it. You never know. That's just how good I am.
Changli? What is it?
Nothing, Rover. I just thought... the snow is... You seem curious about that ancient structure.
I didn't mean to cut off Changli
It looks
there.
familiar.
On her confession during the
Like
snow.
the abandoned Court of Savante facility I saw, but bigger in scale.
I heard it first appeared along with our
Let's
sentinel.
listen to this.
Later, the Court of Savante based their Chronos orders on its design.
Okay, there we go. I didn't know whether it was going to cut off the story. When you wouldn't have gone. I'd like to think that I just skipped the part which, you know, Changli confesses your never-ending feelings for me. And it just, you know, I'll never hear that. You know, she's just saying, Rover, I've been thinking about you for at least 5 minutes. And I would just like to profess my never-ending respect to you
in
your enlightenment.
Mark in the fresh snow,
I wish I was just like you.
hoping for dreams to come true when it
That's
melted.
what we missed.
Did you try it too,
Oh,
Changli?
well.
No, I only watched from afar. My forte always melted the snow faster than I liked.
Oh, that's kind of cool, Liz. I mean, as I said, I like tattoos. I mean, Kakura, a man can dream. A man can dream. As I said, stuff like that actually would be decent to put on. Because I feel like the problem with a lot of people when they get tattoo is that they get the first thing they can think of. And majority of the time they regret it later down the line because they're like, why did I get this? You know, I could have gotten actually something meaningful. And it's, you know, expensive and also really painful to remove them.
We can see the whole of Hongzhen from here.
So you gotta be, you know, careful with that kind of stuff. And actually get yourself something that you won't regret down the line. Like, you know, in 10 years you're gonna be looking back at it and you're gonna be like, God, why did I get this?
I never noticed how beautiful it looked during my previous visits. It's the same place as always. I suppose it's my state of mind that has changed.
I mean, you're not wrong there, Liz, but then again, thinking in general is already an achievement. There's not something I partake in very often. Let's be real here. How did it change?
I don't know. Maybe it's because your presence makes me feel at ease.
Okay, fanfic writers, are you in chat? Come on, write this down. You already have half your work cut out for you. The ship mast is being built. You just gotta, you know, put on the sail and get to work.
I smell tacit discords in that cave.
Never mind, the romance is out. The ass whooping is in. It crashed through the, you know, the romance wall like a Kool-Aid man.
No, there's more. Tacit discords, humans, and...
I mean, it takes one to know one, Liz.
Smells like a whole bunch of messed up frequencies. Ugh, it's so familiar.
How could there be any tacit discords in my environment?
Come on! After all we've been through, you still don't trust my sniffer? Huh! Be grateful. I'm giving you a warning.
Well, you see, Abby, as a profound smeller myself, my nose is telling me there's something aloof at place. It could be the way Changli is looking at me that gives me the heebie-jeebies. Or it could be, you know, just my sixth sense telling me there's danger approaching.
Rover, did something happen?
Yes, but I don't know what yet. Tacit discord could be assaulting people over there. How do I know this? Don't
it's
ask.
In the same direction we're going. Could it be?
A weird polar light guiding me my way. Don't ask me how I know this. It just happens. It's protagonist powers that only I have, apparently. Let's go take a look. Yeah, exactly. A Venti showed up out of nowhere and, you know, just send me a few gusts. Show me the way. He exchanged his services for a couple bottles of wine. And I felt like that was a good deal.
Signs of climbing. Someone may have been here before us.
So I had to reciprocate. Alright, let's go. See what's afoot.
Get away from me!
Ooh.
I can't hold up much longer.
The echo is good. I love the echo. Don't worry. Your hero is here. Bring ass whooping.
Please stand back. We'll take it from here.
What was that?
I can fight. Let me help.
Changli, I was about to rescue this man. But then you kind of stopped me. Changli clearly didn't want me to save him.
Thanks for your help.
No worries. I'm glad to help, I guess. Are you alright?
I'm okay. Wait. You? Are you the Rover?
Exactly. Not a rover, okay? Get it straight. The Rover. You see this capital Z? The? That's exactly my preferred pronoun, the. It's not A. My importance shall not be minuscule to a mere A. It's the Rover. T-H-E, get in your head. That's a street cred I always needed. How do you know me? What do you know?
You're that hero
Who told you?
fought against the Stronodian. And you also resolved a time crisis here with Madam Magistrate. Everyone's been talking about you.
Well, I guess I am somewhat of a celebrity. You know, you be a dragon once, you save a country, and the next thing you know, you get THE representation wherever you go. It just, I guess, the perks of a savior. Exactly, you gotta be in capitals.
And Lady Changli, I never thought I'd have the chance to see you in person.
I really like the eyes of Changli. I don't know, just something about the way she looks at me, just, you know, makes me feel things. Like those eyes,
Without your help,
let me tell you.
I'd have been a goner for sure.
Exactly, Liz, exactly. I'm glad you're on the same page.
I can't die here. Not when I've got someone waiting for me.
And I'm not talking about the kind of eyes some of you may be thinking, okay? I'm talking about the actual eyes.
I finally found it.
I was talking about
For all this time.
eyes. I was just saying. Unbelievable. Like, look at those eyes. You telling me if somebody looks at you like Changli looks at us, it wouldn't pierce you right through your core and make you question everything and anything you ever did? I'm just saying. Unbelievable. Take it easy. Everything's alright.
While we've solved the crisis in Mount Firmament for the time being, public access to the mountain is still restricted. Before entering the mountain, any explorer must submit a request and can only do so while accompanied by the Midnight Rangers.
You gotta be the one to get your mind over the gutter, Liz. Unbelievable.
Sir,
There's no double
could you
entendre
please
this time.
share your reasons for traveling here alone?
As surprising as that is, sometimes I actually say things I actually mean without any double meaning.
I heard about Mount Firmament's legend, so I came to find its secret.
Secrets, you say? Tell me more about the said secrets.
I've only been in the mountain for half a day. Everything was going smoothly before those monsters pounced on me on my way back.
Fascinating.
I must get back. Fooling. She's still waiting for me.
Well, Liz, that's your problem. I don't know what you were thinking. I was just saying exactly what I was saying. And who is a dirty one here now, huh? Mr. Dirty Thinker? Unbelievable. And to think we share the same living quarters? He doesn't look like he's only been here for half a day.
It seems he is still hiding something from us. He needs to go back to Hongzhen for proper medical attention. Time's against us.
We need to escort him down the mountain.
Agreed. The appearance of tacit discords is indeed unusual. We can ask him later when he's recovered a bit more.
All I said, Liz, is that I appreciate Chun-Li's eyes. You were the one that started to say, oh, Lux, behave and this and that and the other. Now, who is it, Mrs. Dirty Little Thinker, huh? Because it's definitely not me. I'll tell you that much. Now go in a shameful corner and rethink your life choices. And take a shower while you're at it.
On that note,
Unbelievable.
we still don't know his identity.
Wash away your sins.
Judging from his uniform, he might be affiliated with the Pioneer Association.
The association has a presence in Hongzhen right now.
Then perhaps that someone is in Hongzhen. Could be his friend or an acquaintance. Good point, Rover. Let's head back.
Uh-oh. Something is coming. I can feel it. You take the adventure in coma and return to Hongzhen with Changli. Alrighty. Now a little bit more of exposition, huh?
Isn't that Wu Li? What happened to him?
I love this man's voice. Do you know him?
Not really. He showed up in town and started asking weird questions to all the older folks. They've been avoiding him ever since.
And you know when he said, I'm gonna go to that mountain and find the treasure to make me immortal, I was like, man, you're crazy. Anyway, I'm gonna go back to rubbing my hands in hopes of getting gold out of my sweat. This will be my latest invention, you know, I call it the golden palms. You know, very secretive technology behind this. I'm never gonna tell anyone about it. But you know, just between you and me, I'm on the rising, man. You know, if you would like to invest all your lively possession in 0.1% of my LLC company, I'll take it. I'll take it. And I promise you, when I turn my sweat into gold, you'll be the first one to know. All right, man.
The
All right.
secret of immortality. I found it.
Oh, he really went up the mountain, didn't he? Oh my. Quick, get him to a doctor.
And it can't be me, because I might be the golden hands sweaty boy, but I'm not a doctor. At least not yet. That'll be my next adventure. My next business adventure, shall we say. Anyway, be on your way.
I'm fine. Go find Fu Ling.
I'm not losing anything except my mindless. That's the only thing I'm losing here.
Sir, do you know where his companions might be?
I'm not sure. There are lots of other people in town who are dressed just like him. Why don't you try asking them?
We will. Thanks for the tip. Anyway, how do I figure out this sweat technique? Let me think more. Maybe if I rub twice as hard, I might be able to figure this out. Thinking.
Whoa! Greetings, Lady Changli. How may I help you today, Lady Changli? Oh, and hello, Rover. The person on your back. Is he okay?
I mean, he's fine considering he's an ethereal being, clearly, since there's nobody on my back.
We found him on Mount Firmament. Do you know where his companions might be?
Isn't this Wu Li? What happened to him?
I mean, you could be correct, Liz, but the thing is, it's Monday. It's only gonna be Tuesday in 1.5 hours. So it's a regular Monday for me, if anything. But you are correct. He was attacked by Tacit Discords. He's still unconscious.
He's one of the Pioneer Association's explorers, but we don't see him around Jinzhou too often. I remember he went on sabbatical months ago, and he left with Fu Ling.
That's a word that I didn't think I would hear today, sabbatical. That's a fancy way to say vacation. Fu Ling?
Yes, Fu Ling, his girlfriend. I think they're visiting Hongzhen together. They're staying at the inn over there.
Are you talking about like a bridge series? And stuff like that, or... Like parodies in what regard? Because if you're talking about Bridge, I think they're brilliant, honestly. Like I remember watching Alucard on Bridge, that was brilliant. Like Dragon Ball Z is pretty good.
Oh, Fu Ling asked us about his whereabouts not long ago. She seemed quite worried.
Carol, how old are you? I didn't think I would hear these nuts joke in 2024, but you know what? Here I am. Here I am, I guess.
Speaking of, is he really okay? Perhaps we should get him to a hospital first.
No, I'm not going. Fooling. She's waiting for me.
I guess then again, there's no such thing as too old for these nice jokes. There's no such thing as an age gap for enlightenment.
Don't worry. We'll help you find Fu Ling.
I mean, fair enough, Kakarot, fair enough. I didn't hear that one before, so good one on you. I just go immune to these nuts jokes after, you know, going through high school, because that's all I heard. You know, if you go to high school in, like, 2016, that's the only thing you would hear. So my immunity grew, just like my, will to live decreased, shall we say. Ooh, that's an interesting character.
Wooly?
She doesn't seem like an NPC.
Breathe. Take it easy.
Thank you. I'm okay now. Who are you? And Wooly, is he?
That's the thing about, like, Wuthering Waves NPCs. I feel like they actually feel alive. Like, even this guy, you know? He's probably the kind of guy that you can meet on the street. He doesn't look like just some random Joe Schmo strolling around, you know? It's kind of good. I really like that. I really appreciate they didn't go, like, stand a Genshin route and, you know, just dress a character in a different color robe and just say, this is an, you know, important NPC that you're supposed to remember for the end of eternity. Meanwhile, you probably think of them once and it'll be like, yeah, it's that guy that apparently I saved or, like, you know, defeated. Like, who remembers the main villain of Sumeru Quest? Now, many of you may think the main villain of Sumeru Quest was Scaramouche, or, you know, Dothra. You know, the big, the bad, the evil. No. The main villain of the Sumeru Quest was that main engineer guy. And who remembers him? He showed up like maybe 3 times. And he looks like the most generic individual I've ever seen in my life. Who actually remembers how he looks? Is even more of a question. Because I'm sure as hell don't. And the only reason why I even remember him is to make this point. I probably will never think of him ever again. And that's just, you know, how it is. And he was supposed to be the main antagonist. But anyway, you must be fooling.
Yes, I am. Can you please tell me what happened?
I mean, it do be Unreal Engine. I actually don't know what engine Genshin is run on. I don't know if they made like their own or they actually used. I know that Wuthering Waves is on Unreal Engine and it clearly shows because the game is beautiful. But I don't know what Genshin is run on, to be honest.
Fooling.
Wooly, you're hurt. I've been looking for you. You didn't pick up my calls.
It's Unity. Yeah, that makes sense, to be honest. But then again, you know, it doesn't stop them, because remember the quest with, what was it? Like, the Chasm quest. You know, the main part, where you go with Dane's Leaf to, like, explore the Upside Down Castle. Remember the main, like, the night guy? He was the most unique NPC we've probably ever seen. So, it shows that the Genshin people can actually make unique looking NPCs. They just decide not to. It doesn't stop them, because like he had like a full new drip, he had a fresh haircut. The man actually looked like a character that could be playable, which is what you want to see in the main story. I completely understand not doing it for like side quests and making them look like a, you know, villagers and all that, because who cares? But for the main quest, you kind of want to see characters like this and be like, yes, this looks like an actual character that I might remember. But anyway.
Great news, fooling.
I'm just
I found it.
blabbering about, I guess.
Finally. I found a way to slow down your illness. No more pain, my love. We can finally be together. Forever.
I don't know about forever. That sounds a little bit ominous.
You mean that legend? It's real?
Oh, Changli has something to say.
Fooling, are you not happy?
I haven't played that, so I wouldn't be able to tell about that, Kakura, but I'll take your word for it. Because the thing is, the main characters in Genshin are awesome. Like, main characters are beautiful, you know? You look at a character like Ita, who has so much details to him. The man looks like an absolute legend. You look at the characters like Yelan, Zhongli, I mean, I can go on, you know? Every single main character looks brilliant. Absolutely no criticism there. But the side characters is just like, I can count on the fingers of my one hand the side characters I actually remember. Ryuhei, you know, the swordfish guy, I remember him. Not because of how unique he looked, but because his story was so impactful. I mean, if you don't remember him, did you even play Genshin? You know, that's probably my number one. The second is that a little kid, I forgot his name, but I remember him, that used to hustle us from Crystal Marrow. You know, he had like this entire elaborate quest where he was going from one place to another in order to find his mother. He was like saving money to travel the world. That was cool. I remember that guy. Obviously the Dainsley quest individual, he was awesome. Who else? That's about it, really. From memory alone, at the very least. There are probably many more. But as I said, there's not that many. I probably could remember more if I think about it, like, vigorously, but no. I mean, that girl from Sumeru, the one that, like, died, and we were supposed to care about, I remember her, but she wasn't really that impactful on me, personally. Like, in the main quest. She was cool, but I don't know. You know, she was, like the one that they cared about. I remember her. I guess she was... I can say she's fourth. But nothing will top my boy Ryuhei. Like, he was a legend. And goddamn, they still have to top that. If they ever do, that'll be a good day. Danyazad, yeah. I think if she had a distinct design, she would have hit so much better. Because, like, her story was actually cool, but... she was looking like any other NPC in, you know, Sumeru. She didn't have anything unique about her. There wasn't any distinctive features that would, like, put her away from the crowd. She didn't have anything going for her in terms of uniqueness at all. So I was like, her story was cool, but the design was so plain that it's, like... you remember the story, you don't remember her as a character. And that's what makes it much less impactful. Because, like, remember when Ryuhei, like, became old? They literally make a model specifically for Ryuhei, because there's nobody like that in actual game that looks the way he did. Because they actually made him, like, wrinkled and everything. And that was, like, so impactful because they actually took the time. And instead of, like, you know, just using some sort of generic old guy, like, one of these guys' model and, you know, slapping his name on it and be like, there you go, that's your guy. And that one made it, you know, pack a punch. I know, and that's a shame, because, like, there's a lot of really cool side quests. They just don't hit the same way because of the lack of passion, I guess, from the design perspective. And that's what truly hurts Genshin, I feel like, because everything else is great. And if they just focus more on, like, finer details, I feel like that would be super impactful. But then again, you know, they probably won't. They're probably already making enough money from designing a new main character. Like, when, you know, that Pyro Archon lady hits, you know, the one in latex suit, they're probably gonna make, like, a couple hundred million out of her. And they're gonna be like, why should we care about side quests when we can just design a new character and get a payday? And I was like, okay, fair enough.
No, I am. I'm so glad to hear it.
Yeah, my Eureka, yeah. I actually like her, and I thought she was Pyro Archon, but apparently she's not, and I was confused.
Yes.
Oh no, my man is collapsing. My boy! Get me some mint extract tea in this place. I gotta wake this man up.
Wooly!
Oh yeah, Genshin is made them billions.
Thank you, Rover, Lady Changli. You saved his life.
I don't think she is, actually. I don't believe she's a Pyro Archon. And the reason why I say that is because they didn't introduce her as well. And that's why I was disappointed, because I thought she was Pyro. I feel like it's going to be Novelette's situation all over again, because I originally saw when Fontaine came out, the Novelette was Hydro Archon, and I was so hyped. Because I was like, finally, a man after Zhongli that I can put my money and mouth behind, you know? Finally, I can praise somebody with all my heart, soul, and monetary possessions. And then I was disappointed. And I feel like this will be the second coming of Novelette for me. And I don't know if I can take it. I'm glad he's okay.
May I please ask, what on earth happened? I've never seen Wu Li like that.
Kakura, I feel like for us, she is Pyro Archon. And probably the main Pyro Archon is just going to be some spoiled little child, just like Farina. She will be a caretaker of. And it's just how it's going to be. Which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. Well. But I think design-wise, she's probably the best designed character in the entirety of Genshin. Like, there's not a single character, male or female, that has as cool of a character design as she does. Even Zhongli, like, forgive me for saying this, because, you know, let me be straight. Zhongli, the greatest character that ever existed in Genshin, let's be real. But even Zhongli doesn't have as much attention to detail as she does when it comes to Drip alone. Character-wise, she might not be as cool as him, but Drip alone, like, let's be real, she amazing. And then we found you.
So, he said he only spent half a day in the mountains.
Was that not the case?
Novelette has Drip as well, let's be real. It's between her and Novelette design-wise. Yeah, that's a problem. I feel like they should do Zhongli a new model. Like, they should give him an Archon outfit. They should just drip the man out, you know, give him some sunglasses, and give him the respect the elderly respect that he deserves. And yeah, that is true, because they developed Zhongli like 2 years ago, and when you compare new models to old ones just look a little bit less impactful, because with all the new Genshin models, like, you compare Novelette to somebody like Ayata, and it's night and day. They look similar, but Novelette just has so much more attention to details that it's crazy.
No, I've been waiting for almost a week. It's not unusual for Wooly to be out of touch for a few days when he goes on long trips. This time, however, seemed longer than usual. If it weren't for you two showing up, I would have asked the Midnight Rangers to help me search for him in the mountains.
Well, that's why I think they should update the older models, just with new graphics in general, because I feel like that would make sense, to be honest. I don't see why they wouldn't do that. Well, I know why, because they probably just don't feel like it. But then again, I feel like if they updated the character models for old characters, at least for characters like Klee, because like, when you compare characters like Klee to very new models, it just feels so underwhelming, you know, in like animation design. Because they look very plain. Even like Venti, and Venti's supposed to be like the Archon. He's probably the least impactful Archon out of everyone. Because when you compare Venti's ultimate, he just creates a giant vortex. He doesn't have like a super cool animation or anything. And meanwhile, Zhongli throws a meatball. Radiant Shogunyo pulls out a little sword out of her chest and just goes to town. Nahida creates a giant dome. You know, Furina goes full, like, theatrics mode. And it's just so much more impactful. But anyway, it's just me. What's his obsession with the mountains?
Wooly, he did it for me. I used to work as a landscape painter. Wooly and I met through work, and we traveled to many places together.
No, I know Venti in lore is awesome, but like, Venti as a character, you gotta admit, he's the least impactful Archon gameplay-wise. And it's a shame, because I like Venti as a character, and we read the manga on stream. I don't think we finished it, but like, we read manga on stream, like Genshin manga, and he was awesome there. Like, the man actually did a lot of cool stuff, and I just feel like they did him dirty. I think what they should do, right? And feel free to disagree with me. I feel like instead of redesigning the old characters, they should design skins that actually update their graphics. So you know how Diluc has a 5-star skin? All they would need to do is give Venti 5-star skin, and they just redesign the looks. It doesn't have to function differently. Like, it can function exactly the same, but redesign the looks of his animations and attacks. And I feel like that's all they would need to do. And they would make so much money out of it as well, because people would be like, you telling me I can get my favorite character in a brand new form for just like 20 bucks? Yes, please. And I would be on board with that as well, because I'm gonna be like, yeah, that's cool. You telling me I can get like Zhongli in his Archon form, and he's gonna, you know, throw, instead of a giant meatball, like a giant stone spears out of the sky, like he used to do when he was Archon? Yes. Yes. Yes, I would do that. I would spend 20, 30 bucks, whatever it is. Yes. I just don't understand why they stopped doing 5-star skins. Because, like, Diluc was cool. And his animations were much better than his regular form. And I feel like if they keep improving that and going further and just making them better, better, and better, they could even increase the price tag if they really wanted to, the more work they put. I don't really care about that. But if it actually looks awesome and it feels like a unique way to play your character that you enjoy, absolute zero issues with this. That's why League is so popular, because all they do is they take in a character and they're making them more visually appealing by making skins for them. And there's nothing wrong with that, because it doesn't affect anything. It doesn't make your character stronger. You just make them look cooler. And I like that.
A few months ago, I got really sick. It affected my ability to walk, which got worse over time. We couldn't go on our adventures like we used to. Wu Li stopped taking on work and traveled all over the world to find a cure for me.
I don't know, Kagero. I don't think it would take that long for them to redesign it, because the thing is, they already have the core mechanics inside of it. All they would need to do is just bug test the new skin, and just make sure that the properties of code correlate to their previous mechanics. It's not really that difficult, to be honest. Like, yeah, it's labor intensive, but so does making a new character. You know, it's not, you know, rocket science at the end of the day, and they already have more than half the work complete, so it would be way easier than designing a new one from scratch. And to be fair, they probably don't even design new characters from scratch. They probably just take the pre-made character, strip them of their animations, and then just use the base core to make a new one. Just put a new skin over them, because like there's only 3 character models. There's short, like child version, there's middle, like a little kid, you know, like Bennett, then this semi-tall, like women, like Raiden Shogun, and then this tall male version. There's like 4 in total, and it's just how it goes.
Despite his efforts, we couldn't find any cures.
No worries, Angel. Catch you in a bit.
Until 2 weeks ago, when he brought me to Hongzhen. Said he had a surprise for me.
Because I just feel like that would be such a cool way to make the game feel fresh. And also, it would make more sense for them to do that for reruns. So imagine this, right? They have reruns nowadays. What if instead of just giving a rerun, they would do a skin with it? So every single time you would get like once a month a brand new rerun. Like let's say you get Zhongli rerun. After like 4 months he was gone. You give him a skin. And he would be like... First of all, more people would pull for him in order to use that skin, generate more profit. And also, the character would be more relevant because they would be like, oh, you telling me this old character can be played in a new way with a skin. And I'll be like, yes. And more people would be on board with that, I feel like, than just releasing old characters. Because, like, let's be real, when was the last time you pulled an old character? Like, realistically. Except maybe characters like Kazuha. Because, you know, Kazuha is just broken, but... Or like Raiden Shogun. When was the last time that you went for the old character just because you like them? Because to me, I can't think of one. It's like, I like a lot of old... Like, I like Ito, for example. I feel like he's one of my personal favorite characters. But I never pulled for him. Just because, I don't know, there's no reason to. Like, his gameplay is kind of old now. Like, it's still fun, but, you know, why would I pull for him? I can just admire him from a distance. But if you give him, like, a skin where he transforms into full Oni mode, you know, just unleashes his full prowess, gets a giant, like, metal club that he just clobbers people with, gets, like, a giant Oni mask, and just go full berserk mode, I would be like, yes, I'm into that.
I thought it was just going to be a relaxing trip, but he disappeared for 7 days. And now he's back rambling about having found a way to stop my condition from progressing.
Yeah, I have seen that, Liz. I mean, League always does cool skins. I never had an issue with that. They always know how to make stuff pretty. It's just what they are known for. Well, you know why? You know why? Because Rosaria used to... So, Rosaria used to have a pretty big personality, right? But because her personality was so big, every single time she would climb, she would clip the actual cliffside. So she would get stuck while climbing. The first time she got released, not many people remember this. But that was the main reason why they reduced her size. Not because of any other like censorship or anything like that. It was actually the main reason. It was the main reason why they reduced it. And people were so outraged. I remember this to this day. People were like, what do you mean you can't program a character with big honkers to climb a wall? You telling me I can't have my anime waifu with big personality climb a wall? If Lisa can do it, why can't she? And you know, it's just how it go. I honestly never cared, but it is what it is. It just seemed kind of weird because people usually get outraged by stuff like that, and just always funny to me. I don't know. He was saying something about legend.
Mount Firmament's secret of immortality, I presume?
Oh yeah, she was nerfed a lot. She was nerfed a lot. Well, didn't they like censor Jean, Amber, and who else? Rosaria, because of like the legal stuff in China. I know they had like a censorship situation, and the way Genshin circumvented it is they basically enforced it in China, but then for everybody else they released their skins and made it optional, which I don't really mind, because I think the new skins, like for those three characters, like I think Rosaria's is worth, definitely, but for Amber and for Jean, I feel like they're better. Especially for Jean, I feel like Jean looks absolutely fresh with a new look, because her old one was kind of plain, but with a new one, she looks absolutely stunning. Amber is probably a little bit better as well.
Yes. Wooly told me that he's researched and found an untouched paradise on Mount Firmament. A place where time stands still. He said if I lived there, my condition would never worsen. It cannot fully cure me, but at least we can spend eternity together.
Wait, hold up. So, I logged into Genshin, right? So, you might be able to explain this to me, Kagura. I saw that they gave a compensation of 10 pools for Novelette. I don't know the situation behind it, so what happened there? Was there actually some legal issues going on? Because I never seen Genshin for the 3 years almost that I played the game. Well, on and off, shall we say. But I logged in yesterday to give, like, Liz the account details for her to complete, like, my main story and all that. Just to check if that was the right account, because I have, like, 200 of them. And I remember logging in, and I just clicked through mail just to see if there was anything just to claim it. And I saw a compensation of 1.6k, and I was like, hold up. Hold on a second. There's gonna be one massive mistake if they refund you a 10 pool. Because, just to put you into perspective, the first anniversary, they didn't give anything to any players. Players went to war and review bombed every single project. They even reviewed like Google Maps and whatnot. It was like a pandemonium on the streets. And only then, Hoyoverse gave everybody a 10 pool. So, I was like, what the hell did I miss? What kind of drama unfolded? Yes. I heard that. I never tried it with my Novelette, but I heard about that, yes.
At first I thought it was just a myth. But then you brought up how he only spent half a day in the mountains.
Because, like, I have one of those mice that I can increase my DPI on. Like, I have a button for it. So, I can't try that unless they fixed it already. But that's interesting. So how did that cause, like, a legal dispute? he may have run into temporal disruptions.
Those were my thoughts as well.
Because I am very curious
But Wu
about
Li
that.
seemed very certain.
Mount Firmament used to have temporal disruptions caused by its tumultuous history. However, thanks to Magistrate Jinzhou and Rover, these disruptions have been dealt with. Or so we had hoped.
Ah, interesting. Huh. Wow, I didn't know that was... That's fascinating to me. So, the Chinese players, like... Because Novelette has been out for a while, and they only realize this now. So, I assume Chinese players, like, got a bunch of Novelettes because that was a selling point. They were like, you can do this with Novelette, and it was kind of cool. Huh. That's interesting. Huh. I didn't even know the government can get involved. Wow. So did they just give everybody a tentpole and they didn't do anything else? They didn't like refund players, they didn't like roll back, nothing. Cause like I get, you know, a tentpole is great and all. Because, like, I got Novelette because I like Novelette. I don't really care for anything like that. But I'm just surprised because Novelette has been out since November. And they should have known. Like, this should have been not a mystery. And they're only fixing it now? Interesting. So there's another character that gets released that has similar stuff. Okay, so what was the resolution to that? I understand that they gave compensation, but did they actually nerfed him, and they changed him back, or like what was what? I'm invested now. I'm more invested in that than the actual story. I can't believe I missed this, because I never heard you guys mention it at all, and I believe, like, Greg would at least say something, because he usually keeps me up to date about this stuff. That's interesting. I'm just baffled by the fact that the government can get involved in this. Because, you know, there was plenty of petitions raised back in the day about games, you know, having scummy practices and all that, but usually they don't do anything. I never heard of the fact where government got involved because of a game. Only in China. You can literally complain enough to get government involved. Wow. So, this is crazy to me, because the only time I remember that happened was back in the day with Changli, right? So when Changli got released, tons and tons of players complained that he was too weak. So Hoyoverse, for the first time ever, like ever, that I could remember, they actually buffed the character on their release. They buffed Changli. And that was the only known case, I guess before this, where Hoyoverse caved in to the public opinion. And they just, you know, they were like, okay, you know what? Fair enough, we'll buff him. And I think that's great, to be honest, because I was hoping that there would be a turning point where Hoyoverse would start, or, you know, Mihoyo at the time, would listen to players more and, like, actually act on the feedback. Because nothing stops them from changing a character after they go released. Because they could be like, oh yeah, we think the character is not as intended, so we're gonna buff them a little bit, you know, we're gonna give them extra abilities. We're gonna, you know, make the cooldown shorter, we're gonna do this, that, and that. Because, like, nerfs and buffs in every other game are a norm. Like, nobody has an issue with nerfs and buffs if they make the experience better. Especially in a game like Genshin, which is non-competitive. You don't compete with anyone. So it doesn't matter if you know, make them stronger or lesser. Because, like, if they debuff somebody like Kazuha or something, I'll be like, yeah, it sucks, but, you know, it's not the end of the world. And if they buff somebody like Diluc and make his ultimate actually usable, I'll be like, great. Wonderful. If they made Chi-Chi actually good, I'll be like, great. Finally. She's usable. Well, I feel like this is a turning point for them to actually be terrified. You know, because this is a precedent the Chinese player base can actually dictate what Hoyoverse is going to do in the future. Because if it worked once, it means that they can do it again. So I feel like we're just going to rile up Chinese player base and just be like, lads, look. We're struggling out here. Help us out. Get your president involved. We need the stuff sorted. Can we complain to Chinese player base? Just say, look, Chi-Chi, can we make her good? Can we make Chi-Chi the greatest character that ever existed? Can we just make her, you know, ultimate? Like, freeze the entirety of Leeway. You know, you pop off Chi-Chi's ult and everything in the radius of 1,000 miles freezes. She unleashes, like, the Ice Age. It just freezes everything. That'd be great. Ah, I see. I don't remember that, Liz, because I only know, like, the cliff notes. I remember the Zhongli originally, he was supposed to be, like, a super good physical DPS, because, like, his multipliers were off the chart. He was, like, pretty much one-shotting any boss possible with his meatballs and all that. But apparently they lowered his multipliers quite a lot, and on release, he wasn't really a DPS, he was more of a support. So they buffed him to be like a sub-DPS or even main DPS with higher constellations. But that's so fascinating to me, because I already just assumed that Hoyoverse is one of those companies that are never gonna listen to their data, like, player base, and just gonna do whatever they want, pretty much. I mean, to be honest, I wouldn't blame them, because, like, Chinese government is scary, you know? If Chinese government involved, they can literally shut down your company, apparently, if they don't like you. They can just be like, yeah, you're not doing business here anymore. You're not welcome. And they would lose, like, half of their revenue gains. Which is insane, but at least the changes implemented, you know? At least, and honestly, I just don't really like they don't listen to anyone else. Because it's like, I'm sure they make plenty of money from European market, and so is, like, American market and every other country. And I'm sure we give them plenty of resources as well, but they just like, we don't care about these guys, you know? What they gonna tell to their government? Yeah, what they gonna give us? Oh, warning, yeah. That's scary. Yeah, that's fair, Liz, that's fair. I didn't think about it that way, but I guess this is the second time when the Hoyoverse caved in. For 3 years they've been out. Huh. And obviously Wuthering Waves has a big impact on Genshin nowadays, because Wuthering Waves is a direct competitor. Wuthering Waves is the first games which has an impact on Genshin tremendously, because Wuthering Waves is popping off. Like, you know, the game is great, and it's only gonna get bigger. So if Genshin doesn't step up their game, they're gonna get left in the dust. And just how it is. I know. I mean, I remember looking at, like, gacha spending graphs, right? So there's more money in mobile gaming industry. I think there's like 60% of all the money spent is in mobile gaming. And 60 of that percent, I think like 35 or like 40 comes from China. Because in China is such a massive industry there. just because of the amount of people they have, obviously, but also it's just so deeply rooted in their culture that it's like mobile gaming just so big that they spend crazy amounts of money. And it's just fascinating to me. Because, like, I'm no stranger to spending money on games, you know. I did that when I was a kid, when adult, you know, every now and again. Yeah, sure. But I would never even dream of spending the amounts of money that they do over there. It's just insane to me. Oh, did they introduce new endgame stuff? I heard about this. I don't actually know what it is. I haven't tried it, so we will be back to Genshin to like prepare for Natlan at some point, like within like next week or so. We will be back and we will like play more and more. But I was wondering about this game and game mode because I heard Greg mention it, and I know that there was some like talks about, you know, endgame and all that. But I don't know anything about it. I haven't even looked at it. So I was hoping they would be fun, but if it's not, it's a travesty, I guess. Because we've been waiting for a new endgame in Genshin for 3 years. If they released it finally and it's not that great, it's kind of sucky. I mean, Liz, let's be real. The games under Hoyoverse umbrella, they don't compete with each other. Because if one game is more popular than another, the only winner in the end is Hoyoverse because they make all the money. The only real competition is somebody else making a game that's similar, like Wuthering Waves. Because at the end of the day, Honkai Star Rail is probably the same people that made Genshin, or like similar departments, and all the money goes back to Hoyoverse account, you know. They don't really care which game is more popular. It doesn't make that much of a difference for them. Oh, that is true. I mean, whenever you want, Liz, it's fine with me. I mean, I assume you just want to chill with me for now. I don't want to, you know, make you go play Genshin, especially when you are sick. I'd rather you just chill out. It's fine. You can do it whenever you actually feel better. There's no worry there. But yeah, after the stream, just you can log in and I'll give you the code and all that. But I absolutely agree with like Kakarot. I feel like Wuthering Waves had probably a really good impact on Genshin because they increased resin from what I saw by 40, which is not a lot, but it's an improvement because Genshin audience has been asking for resin improvements since, I mean, day one really. And they never listened. So it's a massive, massive improvement. Massive. And it's probably gonna only keep pushing them to strive high because if they decline, if they're gonna take it easy like they did for 2 years, the game was released at first, Wuthering Waves is gonna overtake them. And, you know, they are the ones to lose everything. And Wuthering Waves has everything to gain. So, yeah. Hi there, Kine. Glad to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. Anyway, let's get back to story. I've been kind of on this topic for a while, but it was interesting. So thank you for letting me know, Kakarot. It was quite an adventure, shall we say? Because I didn't know there was a little apocalypse happening in Genshin. Looks like there might still be some of them.
So there are still unaddressed temporal disruptions in the mountains. And unfortunately, Wu Li has stumbled upon one, mistaking it for the legendary cure he was searching for. Little did he know it would only put him in more danger.
I see.
Looks like everything is fine on my end, Liz, so hopefully not. I mean, I do have a little bit of a stall outside, but hopefully it doesn't really impact the stream too much.
Block off access to the mountain.
Because I am a little bit paranoid whenever I stream, like, during the bad weather. And I mean, in Britain it's kind of inevitable, because every day is a bad weather. But, yeah.
Then, if this temporal disruption you speak of is truly so dangerous, Rover, Lady Changli, please help us get rid of it. For the sake of everyone here.
Or your friends.
He truly thinks it's the only way to save you. He's willing to take a slim chance just for you.
I thought they weren't friends. I thought they were a couple. From what I can remember.
Freezing my own time. I don't think I should do that. It's not my best option. I appreciate your concerns, but I'll be fine.
Liz went back to her early 90s days. Pulled out there was out of nowhere.
Dreams always come to an end. Eventually, we have to wake up and keep moving forward.
I mean, I've been in a car crash, that's what I've been up to, kind. If you want the details, just go back to the beginning of the stream later. You'll get all the juicy scoop. That's why I wasn't streaming.
I'm okay. I haven't talked this much in a long time.
I'll go get a doctor for you, I guess.
Just a little tired. I'll be fine after some rest. Once Wooly wakes up, I'll explain everything to him.
Absolutely no worries, Kagero. It was a pleasure seeing you as always. Get some rest in you, because I imagine it's quite late for you. And I'll catch you later. It was a pleasure seeing you as always. And yeah, it was super fun.
If you have any other ideas, just tell him. But if you keep it all to yourself, no one, even those closest to you, will know how you really feel.
Absolutely no worries, Kagero. See you later.
Yes, I understand.
Yeah, I mean, I did say that, but like, Rover said that they were friends, and I was just gonna say, am I, like, daft or something?
Rover,
It was a mistake,
things are taking a turn. We should probably tell Lady Xingyi first.
Indeed. Let's go. Alright, let's keep going. We kind of derailed the stream quite a bit. Because originally, we probably were supposed to be done by now with this quest, but I kind of prolonged it with a bunch of interferences. But fun ones. Which I guess what my stream boils down to is Lux trying to do something. And failing spectacularly. By diverting the attention to other things. I also, at the end of the stream, I'm going to show you what I have planned for the weekend. So, I'm hoping I will be able to stream on the weekends this week. And I'm hoping to get back into Honkai Star Rail and trying to do Penacony. I pre-made like a thumbnail and everything, which I'm going to show you later. Like, probably towards the end of the stream. Just like a little teaser for you. And, yeah. Hopefully we'll get to that, because I am kind of excited. I heard the Penacony is kind of good, and I know nothing about it. Haven't met a single character, and just want to know what
brings you here at this time of the day?
What's popping, shall we say. There's been a bit of an accident. It's gonna be like, if you were part of the first Wuthering Waves stream we did, you know, when I started like early afternoon and just went all the way during the night time. So we're gonna probably stream for about another 12 hours. I might not stream on Friday just to prepare myself mentally for that. I'll see if I'll get the mental energy. But yeah, that's gonna be the plan for now. It might change. Knowing me, I might get something arising that we need to take care of. But for now, that's what I'm planning. There's been a bit of an accident.
I see. Strange appearances of tacit discords in the mountains. And undiscovered temporal disruptions.
I see you caught up on Lux's bizarre adventures, haven't you, kind? Well, it's just how it be, kind.
There are several questionable details according to Rover's description.
What do you make of Fuling's words from earlier, Rover?
I don't. It's fine, kind of like I know I made plenty of jokes about it. It's not that serious. It's fine. I mean, happens. You know, life is all about twists and turns, and sometimes you get ups and sometimes you get downs. You gotta roll with life punches, shall we say, and don't let it get you down. Which is what I'm trying to do on a daily basis. If I let stuff like that get me down, I wouldn't be here today. I'll tell you that much. What will happen to Wooly?
He claimed to have spent only half a day in the mountains, but it's been 7 days since he returned to Hongzhen. That does sound like some kind of temporal disruption, one that wasn't strong enough to affect Hongzhen. After Jinxi's battle with the Sentinel, she ordered Midnight Rangers to patrol Hongzhen and inspect Mount Firmament for any lingering temporal disruptions before reopening it to the public. Rover, you've been exploring the mountains lately, so I'm sure you have a good grasp on Mount Firmament. But if there are any hidden disruptions we missed...
Well, I mean, it would be more surprising if my head wasn't ringing if I literally bashed my skull against a hard plastic or whatever the steering wheel is made out of. It's probably a given. But it's fine, as I said. I went to the doctor. They said I don't have any like concussion or anything like that. It's just I have a big bruise on my forehead and just kind of that. I mean, the doctor said I'm fine. I'm not making it up, so you know. I'm just going off what professionals said. He must have appeared there after Wooly entered the mountains.
Precisely. Yet, why did it reappear at this point?
Magic. Maybe it has something to do with Wooly.
Fuling's legend differs from the situation at Mount Firmament we're familiar with. In that tale, mortals were spared the cost of losing years from their lives.
I mean, not too far off, kind. Not too far off. It's not as bad now, but on Saturday I definitely had one. It was definitely one of those, you know, Tom and Jerry kind of bumps. Where Jerry would bang Tom on the forehead with like a mallet or something. And Tom would get a comically large bump on his forehead. That's kind of what happened to me.
He was utterly convinced of his discovery, and he somehow managed to run into temporal disruptions in half a day's time. Also, when I questioned him, he evaded my inquiries.
He was hiding something, wasn't he?
Lies
it was
that
like
are
my
most
delusion.
challenging to detect aren't usually outright falsehoods. Rather, they hide parts of the truth.
The doctor actually said, Lux, you have brain trauma. You're hallucinating right now. And in fact, in my mind, it was like, oh, Mr. Lux, you're absolutely fine. No single issue with you whatsoever. Meanwhile, my head just looks like I'm growing the second skull out of it. Turning like Dr. Evil. With an X-shaped forehead. I see. I mean, it could be the case. You never know. You never know. Wouldn't be the first. When my hubris go to the best of me.
The explorer wanted to save his friend, indeed. But he was also hiding something.
I mean, don't worry, Liz. My skull is as thick as a concrete.
This temporal disruption.
if Captain America's shield was made out of my cranium, it would never get destroyed. I'm just saying you know? Many people think that adamantium is the strongest material known to mankind. Not so much. My cranium is. Because I can shatter, you know, diamonds with it if I felt like it. Just gonna put enough dedication. About Fooling's attitude towards all of this.
Did you notice something, Rover?
She accepted the reality a little too quickly.
For someone with a terminal illness, they should hold on to any chance of survival, no matter how slim. Is that what you think?
In fact, I got isekai'd already, and this is all just a fever dream that I'm reliving, you know? Just like my pre-isekai story arc that I'm reliving. In fact, this has happened in the past, and I just don't know about it. I'm just reliving all my life that I could have lived in my mind before I actually get isekai'd. That could be an interesting premise. For like a movie or something, you know, you pass away, and then you feel like you're living, but in fact, you just, you know, projecting your future inside your brain while, you know, you plugged into the metaverse of the afterworld or something. That'd be interesting.
Maybe she's come to terms with her destiny. Or maybe she never planned on continuing to live like that forever.
It's like, are you living, or are you just imagining it? You never know. Never know.
Changli,
No, I never seen that video before, but that wouldn't surprise me, because there's many recorded cases of stuff like that where people... So, our mind is like such a weird, trippy thing where you can just imagine stuff that never happened and never possibly could have happened inside your noggin, just because, you know, your adrenaline rush gets the best of you, your endorphins just hallucinate. Like, our mind works in such a way that we try to make sense of everything that's happening around us. So, like, let's say you are in a dark room, right? With no light inside, and you're just staring at one direction. The way your mind would interpret it is the longer you would stare, the more your brain will try to make something appear in the darkness. It could be a silhouette, it could be like a shadow, it could be like a light that you might be able to see, but it's not actually there. Because our brain is just like a never-ending factory. It's like a supercomputer that always tries to make a logical conclusion no matter what circumstances you find yourself in. And the longer you are in undiscovered situation, the more your brain tries to piece the puzzles together and make sense out of it. That's why so many people have paranormal experiences, so many like supernatural things happening, is because people's brain just either conjures things up or they interpret things in a certain way that makes them believe like they experience like aliens, ghosts, werewolf, vampires, you name it. And that's why so many folklore tales exist. That's why so many, you know, stories, movies, and all that about mythical stuff. It's very fascinating.
Well, please pardon my baseless speculations.
I mean, fair enough, Liz. Fair enough. I mean, there's so many door frames that bang my head against while I was traversing through this mortal coil that if I ever did get isekai, it probably already happened, because my head has so many impacts, it's unimaginable. My cranium became as thick as a titanium shield, shall we say, from so many impacts I had experienced. And it's only growing. Soon enough, I'll be able to shatter the Earth core just by simply falling down. About the anomalies in the area.
I knew you'd notice too. The frequency disturbance here is weak. It's similar to past temporal disruptions at Mount Firmament, but not exactly the same.
Well, it's not called schizophrenia, Liz. That's one possible. But like, even normal people, even people that don't have any like mental disability or illness, they still project in a moments of very intense emotional distress, like fear, like happiness, excitement. The more emotions you have boiling up inside of you in any given situation, your brain releases endorphins, which stimulate like your brain receptors, which are responsible for imagination. And the more those receptors are stimulated, the more likely you are to actually see things not in the same way as they presented. It's like, think of it this way. Let's say you have a nightmare, right? And you wake up from said nightmare. And as soon as you wake up, you might not be able to recognize that you've woken up. And that's called waking terror. Because your mind wakes up, but not your body. Your body is still asleep, but your mind is awake. And you can have like an out-of-body experience where you can look down on your body, it's like documented cases, and actually experience what it's like to be in a metaphysical form. I never had it personally, but I had a lot of people, and like spoke to some people that had that. And that's like one of the documented cases where you can experience what it's like to be your brain. You know? Not to be yourself, but to be your brain. Because that's how your brain perceives everything. Your brain doesn't have a control over your body, because you technically control your brain. But when you pass out, you don't control your thinking, you don't control any of your receptive functions. It's all running on autopilot. And only when you shut all those functions down and they go on autopilot, that's how you can experience what it's like to be fully autonomous. And it's such a fascinating phenomenon because you can't really do that in real life. The only way you can achieve it is through one of those waking terrors. And it's just really cool to me. I don't know. You also can achieve it, I guess, in a dream, but it's not necessarily the same. So yeah.
Master Xuanmiao's records show that this is where the game record last appeared. This is also where we found that explorer.
I mean, as I said, it's the same thing with all of those like phenomena that people experience. Like, people that perceive that they've been visited by aliens. What are the chances they have actually had? Like, there's a good chance that they had, and we just don't know about it, or we don't believe them because we never experienced it. But who are we to say that they didn't just, had a very distressed situation where they couldn't think logically, and in fact their brain just made connection of like things they were surrounded with. Like, let's say there was a really bright light that they could have mistook for like, a UFO or something, but in fact it was like a helicopter, and they just couldn't piece together because in a moment of panic they couldn't think rationally, and they just made the first assumption that makes sense to them, and in fact assumed that it was UFO and stuff like that. Like, it's plenty of things. If you think rationally about a lot of paranormal experiences, you probably can rationalize them to the point where it makes sense why they're happening, and it's probably not paranormal at all. But at the same time, it's much easier to put them as paranormal because then you don't really need to make sense of them. They could just be like, oh, this happened to me because aliens. And it's just how we humans are, you know, you can't help it. And it's also more fun that way, I guess.
As Changli mentioned, this anomaly may indeed have something to do with that legendary game record.
The complete temporal program indicates in the game record.
Exactly. If this were to be the case, then we are not the only ones searching for its whereabouts.
I don't really dream a lot, so for me, I never had such experiences. But as I said, I spoke to a lot of people who had stuff like you described, guys. I just don't have any personal point of reference. The only point of like conjecture that I make is from stuff that I heard. So I don't know anything about it personally, but based on those like facts and, well, I guess opinions more than anything, because what is a fact? I kind of jumbled up my own thoughts about it, and I would like to have it. It sounds cool, and I wish I had more dreams, but my brain is just, I guess, doesn't produce enough endorphins for me to, you know, have a dreamland of my own, which is sad, but it is what it is. I already have enough of activity going inside my noggin during the daytime, racing at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Probably gets too tired by the time the night hits and just shuts down completely.
The explorer did not tell us about his source of information. But his knowledge of Mount Firmament far exceeds that of a first-time visitor.
I mean, that could be the case, because I do know that you actually dream regardless whether you remember or not every single night. It just, as you said, whether you actually retain the said experience or not. And for me, I almost never do. I had a few cases where I did, but I forget them immediately. So I don't get that too often, and that sucks, but as I say, it is what it is.
You mean...
Because, like, I can probably count on the fingers of my one hand the dreams I could actually remember. And then none of them were, like, super exciting or anything. They were just kind of plain. I didn't have, like, one of those dreams where people say, oh, I went to, like, fly from New York to, like, Japan. And, you know, I climbed the Empire State Building like a King Kong and started shooting fireballs at people. And then, you know, I went and shook hands with, like, Leonardo DiCaprio or something. And, you know, we went to and rebuilt Titanic and I held him in my arms. We recreated the iconic scene. Nothing like that happens to me, you know? And then we went to space, you know, and had champagne party with Zagberg, the conqueror of planets, that was about to conquer the Earth, but unfortunately been able to persuade him with facts and logic why he shouldn't. And he seen my point and decided not to do it, and we became the best friends. You know, I never had anything like that. And unfortunately, it is what it is. I would be glad if I had. I'm not against it. In fact, I would welcome it, but unfortunately my brain doesn't work that way, and it's something I have to deal with. Something big is behind all this.
Got it. The Midnight Rangers will block all entrances to the mountain for now. And Changli, you still have the power to send in garrison troops as needed.
That would be kind of terrifying, honestly, Kain. I wouldn't want... I don't think it's a dream. I don't think you would classify falling from a building as a dream. That would be a nightmare.
We left Mount Firmament in a hurry. I need to go back up the mountain and investigate further. I have some theories that could use confirmation.
Unless you, like, fall into a pit of marshmallows or something, you know? In which case that would be kind of cool, but if you're just falling there, that's horrifying.
We're still unsure about the exact location and range of the temporal disruption. Regardless, its reappearance is a pressing issue that needs our attention.
I know what it is, Liz, but I never watched it. That's interesting. So, I guess you have a very, like, a vigorous imagination, and majority of your dreams are, like, situational, so depending on, like, what you did that day, you might be able to dream about it. Do you, like, get... Okay, let me rephrase the question. Do you get dreams based on circumstances from your real life? And how often? Because I know some people that if they, like, think about something really hard, like an exam or work or, like, relationship, whatever, they get a dream about it the same day. And I felt like that might be you as well. So you have, like, a very vigorous imagination and it projects into your sleep world, shall we say. I'm coming with you.
It may get dangerous.
Well, welcome back, Sadvik. You're just on time. We're talking about dreams, nightmares, and what's happening in the land beyond. I haven't fulfilled my promise yet.
Well then, thank you, Rover.
Okay, so you do get those. Yeah, I thought so, because it does sound like you're very situational dreamer. And there's nothing wrong with that, but I feel like that would be a little bit of a pain in the neck if I had that, because if I was thinking... Majority of the stuff that I'm thinking of is, you know, like manga or manhwa or, like, games. And the last thing I would want is just, like, after reading Berserk, just transporting to Berserk world and just running away from, like, floating children heads or whatnot. And, like, getting chased by paranormal horses, you know, trying to show me their affection. I don't think I want that. And just having the, like, guts, you know, in a corner, sitting with his giant sword, just looking at me menacingly.
Thank you
I
again.
don't think that would
for
be a
your
good
help.
time.
You were supposed to be here for a relaxing time. But it seems another crisis has popped up. Do take extra caution.
Alrighty. Okay, let's see where we need to go. I assume we're close to completing this. Unless I spend so much time, you know, blabbering about that we're not even close. I mean, to be fair, Liz, that doesn't sound too bad. That sounds actually kind of cool. I was talking more about, you know, weird dreams. Like, if you look like a psychological thriller or something the night before and then you just get transported into, as you say, a murder mystery plot, it probably wouldn't be as fun. So I'll tell you something, I'll get murdered within 0.5 seconds of getting transported to their world. I ain't surviving. No, my track record, I ain't no way. Oh, I don't know if I want to read all of this. It's too much. That sounds way more fun than doing day trading. If you give me a choice between doing day trading and, you know, fighting a giant cyclops or something, I'll take those cyclops any day of the week. I'll punch him in the big glowing eye rather than sitting staring at the pie charts all day long. Any day, any time. Because that sounds way more fun. It is what it is, Sadvik. It is what it is. You got... It's a broke lifestyle. You know, you gotta uphold your street cred even in the dream world. Can't let yourself slip. Gotta hustle whenever you go. Okay, the doctor recommended feeling receiving palliative care at home. Feeling smiled. Let me see if there's anything is serious. Well, as long as bringing you happiness, support wholeheartedly, blah blah blah. Feeling asks to give you a map of the journey. a few locations. She brought health concerns. Dampen her spirits. The famous doctor visited. It's okay, we have other options. There must be another way to cure her. Just kind of see if there's anything actually worth reading. Despite everything we tried, we haven't found treatment that can fully cure. Condition worsened. To cheer her up, I read a hologram project from the Pioneer Association. She can seal them well, but I sense them and a pin at my heart. Okay, so she's unhappy. No, it's alright, kinda, you know, if you go into bed, absolutely no worries there. So, take care and I'll catch you later. Let me see. My trial, she believed that by seeing these images, she could somehow accompany me on my journey. You melancholy, encounter test and field. My caravan failed to capture the fleeting magic of the moment. Example, enchanting view. Yes, quickly as joy enveloped me. Sorrow, fear washed over me. Was her dream of exploring together. Some spots were meant surprising. During our planned adventures, the only fooling were here. Artistic touch would breathe life into these places once more. Australia ruins would flourish under the paintbrush if she were here with me. Despite me, he shared a weird story with me, almost as if it was intentional. Oh, okay, so this is probably where it gets interesting. I encountered strange man ran today. His potential attitude put me on edge. Despite my needs, he shared a weird story with me, almost as if it was intentional. He knew I was seeking a cure for fooling and claimed to have a way to save her. However, he only revealed half the truth instead of me doing him a favor before sharing more details. Honestly, I'm not sure if I should trust him. Absolutely no worries, kind. And thank you. I'll probably get fine within the next few days. It's alright. I'm not feeling distressed or anything, like the headache is there, but you know, it wouldn't be anything unusual. I usually get those quite often. So that is, but it's fine. My destination is Jinzhou. I'm just going through any of the men in red. Apparently he belongs to a danger area that I shouldn't meddle with. So I guess he met like Fraxidus and, you know, go entangled with him. The information shared by their man and his organization was beyond anything I could have imagined. The truth behind their tale, the Sentinel's power to manipulate time, the secret realm in malfinement. If they're all real, then fueling can be cured. According to the deal I made with them, I need to use my identity as an adventurer to find a certain object hidden in the mountain, and this object, as they promised, is the key to saving Fulling's life. I seemed unusually obsessed with it, but the intention were none of my concern. All I need to do is keep Fulling alive, and for that I'll pay any price. I might give it a try. Okay, that was interesting. So I guess he met Fraxidus, and they probably wanted him to get the orb that we were looking for. Oh god. Okay, this is actually not that bad. My dearest Wooly, how are you? I wonder if you still continue on our adventure as you read these words. You visit several places on our list in future adventures and intentionally pick them under the guise of seeking treatment for my illness. As you may have noticed, I wish I could go with you, Wooly. I don't have many days left, but I trust you'll find and enjoy the wonders we once dreamed of sharing. Oh, that's kind of sweet, Sadvik. To be honest, I wish I had cool dreams like that, because it feels like if I met like an individual that I haven't seen in years, that would be actual reason for me to wanting to dream. Majority of my dreams is more like, you know, me going to grocery store or me, you know, doing chores if I ever have them. I never get any cool, like, the last one I had was like me back in school doing like a test. How exciting is that? Nobody died. Nothing happened. It wasn't like a elite classroom type situation where a giant yellow octopus monster came in and told me how to become the best assassin ever existed. You know? It wasn't like High School of the Dead where, you know, zombies start to invade out of nowhere. Nothing happened. I was just taking a test. I was like, that's the most boring thing I've ever seen. Maybe one day. One day. Okay, Sprouting, this is a quest, and I hope you will carry this essence with you as your journey holds. Adventures have always been shared with companions because we'll reunite on our next escapade. The bravery to explore and forge forever resides with us. As truth holds for our past journey and for the ones ahead of you. The day will inevitably come when we must bid each other farewell, just as it will when our paths cross once more. So my love, please continue your journey and carry our joint aspirations into the future. With all my love, Fooling. Okay, that was less interesting. I guess the main fact to take out of this
quite clear what the two were thinking.
is that he met Fraxidus and there was something happening to them because of that. I assume they wanted to get the time orb thingy that Sentinel has and slow down the time and all that. So this is what she had on her mind.
I had my speculation.
Manta rays, isn't there one of those that kill like Steve Irwin? Aren't they like super dangerous? And couldn't they just zap you? Is the biggest question. Because don't they have like electricity powers? Other than like Kilo Azoldic, you know? They just can erase you from existence.
Fooling has come to terms with her impending death. She doesn't buy into the legends of immortality. Instead, she simply wants to make the most of the time she has left and fulfill her and Wu Li's dreams together.
Oh, that's sweet.
If Wu Li wants to reach that so-called paradise, he'll be trapped inside forever. It also means he'll have to give up his entire future as an explorer. That is not what she wants for him.
I have no idea. I just know the rays like release electricity and, you know, they're kind of dangerous.
Her ultimate
Well, I have no
desire
idea.
is for her lover to embrace her inevitable passing and to realize the joint aspirations they hold in her place. She hasn't given up, but rather clings to hope for their future, even if she won't be there to see it unfold.
I mean, it sounds cool. I'm just saying, it's if they do zap you, it's a little bit of a Daredevil type situation. Because you never know. Would you make the same choice if it happened to you?
Why the sudden question?
Seems you don't care that much about your own death.
Is that how you see me? Perhaps, for some, death is just a destination. There are more significant things to focus on.
I think there's 5? Liz, correct me if I'm wrong. I think there's 5.
Let's stay focused on the issue. While the diary is cryptic, it still exposes the true intentions of whoever misled Wu Li. It's no coincidence. All the clues point to a correlation between the temporal disruption and the legends of the Weiqi game. Or maybe someone's trying to make us connect the dots.
Ah, there's Palpatine behind the scenes, huh? Will his diary mention the Sentinel?
Yes. Information on the actual powers of Jue. This isn't the kind of information an ordinary explorer can obtain. I guess our old friends have still not given up. They went to great lengths just to lead us here. It would be rather rude of us to not respond in some way.
Oh, do tell.
According to the information in my master's notes and Wu Li's map, the place we're looking for should be just ahead.
Oh, is that 6? For some reason, I was thinking 5, but there could be 6, to be honest. I'm surprised it didn't go with 8, you know, to 1-up Genshin. Just to prove a point.
Is that?
The chaotic temporal disruptions are even clearer to see.
Ooh, that's kind of cool. That's a neat little hideout. Alright, let's see what we got going here.
Traces of excavation on the ground. Looks like someone was trying to dig a hole with their bare hands. Could it be Wooly?
I mean, if the man managed to dig this out with his bare hands, he got some grippers on him. The absolute grip strength on his fingers must be insane. I thought I was strong, but even I probably can't do this.
This is a Weiqi board.
Wait, what game will that be? I'm curious now. Which game beat Genshin on revenue? Is it that the Tales of Liz has a point, to be honest. All they think they can kill Genshin is itself. I don't think it needs help from anyone else already doing its best to put itself 6 feet under. But what is it that like the dating game that the Genshin have? No, Genshin, Hoyoverse. Are you talking about that one? Because I don't remember what its name is. It's like Tales of something.
The abnormal time flow here is most likely caused by the chronosorters. Perhaps there's a way to fix it.
Love and I never heard of that. I thought you were talking about like what was it called? Tears of Themis. I thought that's the one you're talking about. Like this one. Let me pull it up. Like this game. Because that's the only dating game I thought they have. I never played it, but I'm surprised, honestly, if it's not this one, because I don't even know how popular this one is, but I know it's like dating game for individuals. Let me try to Google it, because I am curious now. Let me see. I can't find like a list or anything. Love in Deep Space. Never heard of it. I never seen this game before. What the heck? It just looks like the most generic Eastern game I've ever seen in my life. There's nothing unique about it by the looks of it. I mean, fair enough, I guess. Oh, fudge. My alarm going off. I mean, I guess, but I just don't really see it as Well, I get that, but it's like even as if I was a woman, I would be like, I mean, it's cool, I guess, but what's like the premise? Is it like a fighting? Is it like a fighting game? Because I see some like swords in here and whatnot. Because you know what? I might try this. You know what? Next stream we're trying this game. I'm gonna become a fan. Whether I like it or not. I'm gonna, you know, go full in. I'm gonna spend all my mortal possessions and I'm gonna become the best player of this game. Just to prove a point. Because, you know, this guy, we're gonna main him. Liz, have you played this game or something? Like, do you know about it? Because I have no point of reference here. Okay, let's Google Silas. Let's see who that is. This guy? Okay, that's the guy I was talking about. That's my boy. That's my boy right here. Liz definitely, I'm telling you, Sadvik, Liz definitely spent all her, you know, revenues on this game. You know, under the dark cover of night, she just looks at this man and she's like, I'm gonna sin yet again. Oh, come on, Liz. No need to be ashamed. I mean, I can see, you know, he has a crow and everything. Where can I find this? Is it on PC? Well. I mean, now, Liz, I can see it. I can see why you be so intrigued. You know what? I'm telling you. Next stream, we're going in. We're gonna find everything there is to know. Liz, you don't need to explain anything. I understand. I understand. That's all I need to know. Oh, so you even know which one is an edit, huh? I see. I'm telling you, Sadvik, Liz is already too deep. You know, all the dark truths coming out. You thought when she was away, you know, she said she would take a hiatus and she wouldn't speak to anyone for like 2 weeks straight. We all thought that she went on the self-realization journey and, you know, went to the mountains to meditate and unleash her inner key. And just, you know, enlighten herself. But in reality, she would huddle in her cave playing love in deep space. You know, spending all her mortal possessions, brain power, and time to get insane or whatnot. And as I said, I can't blame her. I would probably do the same if I were her. It's alright, Liz. There's no need to be ashamed. I 100% understand.
Marvelous play. Truly remarkable. Occupying both solid territory and influence. An extraordinary move.
I mean, Liz, now you have competition because me and Sadvik were coming in and we're bringing the big guns with us. We'll, you know, seek financial investment from the newest bank, and we'll invest it all. We're gonna be the biggest shareholders of that game. Because we're not gonna, you know, do gacha. We're not gonna spend money on it. We're gonna invest.
Never had I imagined I'd experience such a great game of Wei Qi on Mount Firmament. You may look young, my friend, but there's so much more to you than meets the eye.
Next thing you know, you're gonna see us on like a board of directors meeting. Me and Cedric just gonna, you know, suit up and just sit there in a dark, shadowy corner, just staring at them all, you know, saying that we mean business. All we need is 51% of shareholders, stakes, and we in.
Please, no need to be so modest. I can tell the difference between our skill levels.
A mirage of the past.
This is my master's voice. The voice of the other person seems deliberately erased.
Masik Shua Mio.
Who do you think the other person looks like?
Well, considering, I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell. I mean, you know. I'm no Sherlock. But, that being said, if you remove, you know, the glow effect, I think the resemblance is uncanny. This is my long-lost twin brother. The Schmora, you know? The Rover and the Schmora. And the Schmora went on a deep space adventure, and I've been looking for him for the past millennium. And finally I found him. He's been gone so long. And you know, our space mother kicked me out of my abode to go and find him. And I finally found him. Now all I need to do is bring him back and seek the refuge yet again in the sky. I mean, Satvik, where are you going in? Because I'm telling you, we're gonna change the gacha world one share stake at a time. And when we done with that game...
Since last we met, but you, my friend, still look the same.
You know, when we take the biggest dog in the industry, we're gonna go for Genshin. And we're gonna change Genshin as we know it. The next thing you know, we're gonna own Hoyoverse. And we're gonna dictate what goes around. And the next thing you know, we'll start with Shida. We'll conquer it one gacha game at a time. And then the world.
Well, turns out I had already met you all those years ago. My lifesaver. And you're older than me. I should have been more respectful back then. So you remember our promise. I am overjoyed. A new city is about to be established. Having accomplished so much, why do you choose to retire now?
I mean, if Bill Gates and Jeffrey Bezos can do it, Satvik, so can we. Who's to say we can't?
I may have spoken out of turn. If you're not in a rush to depart Jinzhou, how about another round of Wei Qi with me?
Well, old man, I'm not about beating down an old person. You on, let's duel. Yu-Gi-Oh! Music starts playing.
Well played. Even after 20 years, I still have no chance of winning against you.
Well, better luck in the next 20 years, I guess. Gotta train more.
I barely noticed how so much time has passed. Every move in Wei Qi is fluid and unpredictable. Even if we start with the same opening, or the outcome can never be predetermined. We see this in our game. And it's true for all the lives out there. My clan are a group of hermits. We view the world as a game of strategy, manipulating the ebb and flow behind the scenes.
That's what I was thinking as well, Savik. Like, this is actually the oldest man I've probably ever heard in my life.
Oh, but you, my friend, chose to enter the game yourself. It's a dangerous path with no end in sight. Oh, I want to help, but my time is running out. I won't be there when you finally succeed.
They probably went to like the deepest recesses of wilderness and found a monk that was living in seclusion for thousands of years. And they were like, instead of, you know, bringing him to civilization and getting him accustomed to modern living, we gotta get him into the voice booth, you know? The man got a voice 1 in a million. 1 in a billion, shall we say. One of a kind, even. But we gotta get him on the mic. You know, record him for Wuthering Waves. We gotta get it. You know, people saying that our voice acting is kind of mid. Let me prove them different. We got this ancient man, literal fossil that we found in the recesses of Hispaniola, sitting there in a fountain of youth, just soaking away. We don't see Genshin doing that now, do we?
Oh, please don't feel sad for me. If I die, it would be an honor to rest at the Sentinel's feet.
I mean, let's come on, don't expose me like that. You gotta keep some mystery.
When the time comes, the one who shall finish this game of Wei Qi with you will not be me, but rather my apprentice. Or do my plans seem too risky to you?
I mean, there's no such thing as too much risk.
There's no need for concern. With her intelligence and quick thinking, she'll surely be able to solve this puzzle. The results of this game will decide the fate of Jinzhou, and even the entire world.
Jesus Christ. I didn't know one, you know, game of Go will decide the fate of the world. I would have come more prepared if I knew that.
The road ahead is long and treacherous. Our final game. Let's make it.
Okay, interesting. I wonder what was the outcome. Alright, old man. I'm gonna beat you down for the last time. Don't tell me I actually need to play, though. Because I have no idea how to. If the fate of the world rests on this game, and I'm the one that needs to play it, the world is doomed. Like, I'm gonna be responsible for actually getting this world demolished, if that's the case. D5. I guess that was right. Neither have I. I have no idea even about the rules. I know this is like Chinese chess, but I have no idea how it's played. Our eyes are glowing. We're going Super Saiyan. Well, well, well. Team Fortress 2 characters finally invading.
You've come this far and followed us here, yet you hesitate to reveal yourselves. Guess I'll have to take the lead and extend an invitation.
I like the flame effect. That's kind of cool.
Don't assume you'll always be in control, Changli.
Because if you do, I'm gonna have to punish you. But enough talk.
Our friendly chat is over. It's time to say goodbye.
Okay, well, the woman has spoken.
Perish in flames.
Changli, no offense, but my Jian is kind of better built.
We know more than that unfinished game. We are well aware of the price you have paid. You're dangling at the end of your rope.
You're gonna live until you keep talking.
Your unwitting trail has led us straight to our target.
The speech is the only thing that's keeping you alive
Is that
right
so?
now. I'm just letting you know. And now the speech is over, you're dead. There's only saving lifeline is a law, and you exhausted it.
A
can't
And now
stop.
the death is coming for you.
Settled.
And there we go.
The Sonoro Sphere is open! Go!
Stop them! I'm clearly not gonna do it, but somebody stop them. They're too fast!
Sorry, but you're not getting past me.
How can I catch them? They're like 5 meters away. There's too much walking. Can you guys come to me? Come on. I'm kind of tired. I'm clearly too old for this.
Jue's formidable time-bending abilities at their peak. All trapped within this Sonoro Sphere, as I'm sure you are well aware.
It's only a legend.
Do you really want to chase after this legend when you don't even know if it's real?
So what? Wouldn't it be a sight to behold as this Sonoro Sphere consumes everything in its path, while the temporal disruptions bring death?
You out of your mind.
Anyway, Rover, thank you for letting us into this Sonoro Sphere.
I mean, you didn't really ask me. Plus, this 20 feet tall man doesn't really ask me questions either.
You are indeed very special, as the Excellency foretold.
Are we talking about the Mr. Big Bad Boy's car? Well, that was easy. They kind of pushed them around. I don't really know why we couldn't do that at the beginning. While we had to listen to the villain's exposition. But you know what it is, I guess. It would have been a pretty short-lived story, you know, when while the villain was like, "Ah, Mr. Lux, it's so good to see you, but you see..."
Unfamiliar space.
Huh.
No sign of the
You've fallen
Fraxidus.
right into my trap.
Changli's nowhere to be seen. I need to find her quick.
And in fact, I have planned this all along. Meanwhile, he just slowly backed away into the portal. You see, my plan involved... And just suddenly disappears. Like, damn it.
No!
He's too
Don't
good.
come any closer!
I mean, could have been. Lex, could have been. I mean, well, hold up. Who's that? Is that young Chun-Li? Is it Chun-Li Jr.? Hello, child. Where did you take Chun-Li big version? Uburn, let me help you. Chun-Li Jr., stay still.
I'm fine. It's my forte. I'm used to it.
So I guess that's why she got like tattoo, because she burned herself.
Stay away from me. Oh, you'll get burned.
Well, little do you know, child, I like the flames. You won't burn me, I'm very tough.
This village was attacked by tacit discords. There's nothing left. Why did you come here? No one but the exiles are willing to stay here now.
Chill, little. I mean, you're not wrong, Savki, you're not wrong. Do you know Changli?
Changli? Who's that?
Oh, so her name wasn't Changli back in the day.
I'm the only one here. Besides the tacit discords.
Why are you here alone?
When I'm here, no one's afraid of me. And I won't hurt anyone. Anyway, you should hurry up and leave. It's not safe for you to be here.
I mean, she is literally a phoenix. Or at least embodiment of one, I guess. She looks like just Changli.
Mirages in a Sonoro Sphere shouldn't be able to hold a conversation like this. Is she a younger version of Chun-Li?
Huh?
mean, that was a low-hanging fruit, Liz, and, you know, how low can you go with that? We are already pretty much below the surface level. Whatever the case, I can't leave her alone here.
Why did you stop talking? Are you lost?
Perhaps. Can you help me out of this place?
I can take you somewhere safe. I know a shortcut that leads to a safer village.
Alright, little child. I'll trust you. Let's reach out. I wonder if this actually happened in the past.
Thank you.
And we actually did help her. Because that would be an interesting plot twist. That I'll be kind of excited for.
Was there something like this here before?
These mechanisms, they need to be unlocked from both sides at once.
Okay, let's each handle one side. I'll go over there.
Alright, Changli Jr.
It's open!
I guess it's kind of hard to tell because I don't know if we're living the past right now or if it's all like an illusion.
We'll be safe once we get out of here.
I guess it's kind of like...
This place seems a bit different from what I remember.
It's kind of like Chasm event with one of the Yakshas, like the Lightning Yaksha that we went through in Genshin. I guess it's similar to that, we're reliving the past, and it kind of seems like it's happening right now when in reality it's already happened. I assume, I don't know for sure, but that would seem like the most reasonable conclusion. Can I fit in this? I guess not. I guess we'll see. There's some plums in here.
These are the villagers, attacked by tacit discords.
Hi there, Angel. Glad to see you back. They have already...
Why? There weren't any of them here before. Don't worry. My forte is strong. I will get rid of them and protect you.
I mean, I can do it myself, but you know, I appreciate the gesture. Alright, let's see what we got. Okay, I guess I can't do anything with that. There we go. Let me just double check if there's nothing like hidden in here. Just to make sure. This is actually a pretty cool environment, to be honest. Gotta know something about it. Oh, I guess just these minerals. Which one of those? Any chests? I think so, Liz, but honestly, I don't know. It's kind of trippy. No worries, Sadvik. Hopefully you can get some shut-eye. And I'll catch you later. It was good seeing you.
Tacit discords! Watch out!
That's how the soul approaching enemies throw a little firebomb inside the skull. A very risky yet effective tactic.
Tell truth from facade.
Blue!
Settled. Retreat to advance.
Yeah, no worries, Sadvik. I'll try. Alright, there we go. Let's see what the story beholds.
Why did you...
Leave the fight to me. You injured.
Okay.
That was
Don't
easy.
worry. I won't hold you back.
It's alright, little child. You don't need to do anything, really. I got this. Yeah, what is it, Angel? I'm listening. Alright, let's keep going. Do we... Ah, right. Probably. But if I
The
do...
village I lived in got destroyed by those scary monsters.
If I do, it might be either on Friday or over the weekends, because I can't really do that on weekdays, considering I have work, and that wouldn't be very wise of me to do one.
They hid me in a safe basement, while everyone else died or ran away. No one except me made it out alive.
Well, this gives me a very strong Salt Temple vibes with Zhongli quest.
When I came out, no one was there anymore. Now, I must get to somewhere safe.
Well, let's go somewhere safe
Okay.
together, I guess. Ooh, it's probably not the best way to go out.
Extra supplies.
But then again, there's a cozy little retreat over here. They could, you know, stay in. But instead they
There's a
didn't
piece of
decide
paper.
to.
It has turned yellow.
When the village was raided, I failed to protect anyone with all my efforts. Now all I'm left with are these old injuries and the rest of my meager life. And some food to spare for anyone who passes by.
Oh. If I had arrived sooner.
It's not your fault.
Okay.
Interesting. So I presume this already happened. And we kind of just reliving it from the perspective of Lil Changli. She most likely already did all of this by herself. And we're just kind of here to assist her. I mean, to be honest, you're not wrong. With the amount of fruit that I'm collecting from this place, there's plenty of it to go around. All I need to do is figure out how to grind them now. Just use the power of motion, I guess. And squeeze them really hard. Did you find something?
I found some dry rations. They look well kept. Should be still edible. Oh, it's a bit frozen. No worries. I can use my fire to heat it up.
That's a pretty convenient power to have, you know, a portable fire stove at any given point.
Are you hungry? I haven't seen you take a single bite.
Well, you see, child, I'm what's known as immortal being, which basically means I don't need to eat.
You can have these.
What about you?
I'm not hungry yet.
That's a lie, child. If I know children, they're always hungry.
For emergencies.
Well, it is what it is, Angel. You gotta pay the price for the convenience. You can't have your cake and eat it. Equivalent exchange is what Full Metal Alchemist told me, and, you know, you gotta uphold the values. What if the door just closed and we just, like, the big sign that here says exit? And I'll be like, well, I guess I'll see you. Exactly, so when you think about it, we are the beginning of life. Oh, so there's like a goal board at the top.
More tacit discords. I'll handle them.
Okay.
Alright. One of those spinny prism thingies.
Wind Rider.
Ooh, that was nice. That was nice.
Fury boils.
Life
Get
is
some
in
heals
everything.
going. There we go.
Is this the key to that door?
Yes. And those tacit discords just devoured the frequencies of the guard on door duty.
In what regard, Angel? I think the game runs pretty good. It does have 60 FPS though. I'm pretty sure, doesn't it?
Wouldn't hurt to be more prepared.
I mean, it seems pretty seamless to me. I haven't got any lag so far. I think they fixed the lag issues. Yeah, but you can increase your frames in like settings. You can make it higher. The temporal disruption and the scenarosphere became intricately linked. I see. I see. That's fair, because I think I'm running like 60 or something. Yeah, it seems fine. I think they optimized the game pretty well so far. Malfunction is a scenario temporal mandate, making them inseparable. To safeguard against any deviation, my old friend offered to encase the neurosphere within a specific medium, turning into our fail-safe plan. My new apprentice photo flame manipulation is crucial for destroying the Sonorosphere, a task that only she can accomplish. On the other hand, my old friend is the only one who can unlock said Sonorosphere. Both individuals are vital to the success of our goal. Yet unleashing the full power of flame manipulation will exact a toll far too heavy for a mere child to endure. It seems this game shall stay unfinished for many moons to come.
What is this all about? I don't understand.
It's absolutely... That's why I did Angel, because like I had a choice of getting like a less powerful PC when I was younger, and I was like, you know what, I might as well just save up and get a decent one that will last me for a while. And I feel like that's what majority of people should do as well, because at the end of the day, as long as you get a decent one that will run all the games on like 60 FPS, that's all you need. You don't need like ultra graphics, iCore 9, you know, 4 processors, all that fancy stuff. All you need is a nice i7, a couple graphics cards to last you a while, and maybe if, you know, you want some lights in there to keep your brain engaged every now and again. Well, it was on the floor and also on the, like, the ceiling. So that was interesting. I assume that's what they're talking about. So there's like a Go match that actually you need to complete. It's kind of like, you know how Jin Yuan had a giant Go board on his office? It's kind of the same, I assume, and you need to complete it in order to achieve enlightenment. Does it hurt?
It might look kind of scary, but actually, it doesn't hurt at all.
Are you sure?
Of course. I'm a resonator too, you know. My forte is a powerful one. I control fire. Nothing's brighter and warmer than fire. It can burn away the cold and drive away monsters.
Well, I don't know. Magma is probably a little bit warmer, and also light is probably a little bit brighter, but I get your point, child. But the fire can burn yourself too.
That's because I don't know how to properly control it yet.
That is true.
The resonator who taught me about my forte said if I don't use it properly, I'll die young.
That's a pretty insane thing to say to a little child.
They also said a lot of things I couldn't understand. Told me I shouldn't use it too often. But if I don't use my forte, I'd get eaten by the tacit discords or killed by the bad people.
I feel so bad for Changli now.
What's
I just
the
want to
point
give
of
her a
living
hug.
longer life if I can't even survive? I want to live. I want to become a strong grown-up.
Like, whenever we see actual adult Changli, I just want to give her a hug, because, God, this makes me so sad for her.
I want to have good control of my power and protect the people who protected me in the past. And then, I'll make a peaceful and prosperous world for everyone.
Oh, that's sweet. I like Changli even more now. That's a respectable goal.
Yes. According to the village teacher, that means children will no longer be in danger from monsters. We'll all have enough to eat and stable lives.
Nice.
But I've still got lots to learn. So, I'll need to find someone really strong and learn from them.
Well, you know, there's a 5'8", very elaborately dressed individual looking like he's straight from Special Ops Division, you know. A couple twin ponytails at the back, leather gloves, and the 1,000-mile stay individual that stands right before you that may be able to fulfill said dreams. All you have to do is ask, and I shall oblige. You will find a great mentor, and you'll become very strong
Thank
yourself.
you. I want to become as strong as you are.
Sure, but promise me to never cross me, because if you do, so help me God. Promise you'll take good care of yourself, okay?
I understand. I'll do my best. What a strange place. It's supposed to look familiar, but there are so many things I've never seen before. This door.
I mean, I'm pulling for her as well. She's...
I don't know why, but I keep getting the feeling that I've been here before. It's so weird. Let's look around. Maybe we'll find something.
So remember how I tell you, I don't really care about how strong the character is, which is still the case. I only care about how much I like them, and Changli is definitely the character that I like. Just, her story is so cool, and I don't know. She just seems like such a likable individual. Okay, there we go. I guess I don't need to light up them all. There's also these boards just scattered everywhere, which I wonder if there was actually any, like, deeper meaning behind them. Because there's gotta be something. I mean, fair enough, Liz, fair enough. I don't have enough resources, like, on this account, because I haven't played that much either. I only have, like, 40 fools right now. And, yeah. So I'll have to, speedrun as well. And I missed this event, unfortunately. Like, I was gonna do it, but I didn't notice that it was expiring. So I didn't get the chance to do it. And I missed quite a bit of Asteroid because of it. But I was like, it is what it is. You know, I'm not gonna cry about it. It's alright. That's you. Or there's a future version of it. Oh, that's cool.
A mirage of the past.
You got 3 Counsellors, and you're even more dedicated than me. I only have 2.
This place. It looks familiar too. These are my memories, recreated inside this sonorosphere. As I stepped inside, both Rover and the Fraxidus vanished into thin air. The frequencies are constantly changing. And the flow of time is chaotic, just like it had been on Mount Firmament. A sonorosphere affected by temporal disruption. Once someone enters, there's risk of being stuck inside forever. And if my master had planned all of this...
Well, the thing about re-rolling Wuthering Waves is that you get so much resources to play around with that it's actually worth it. You know? Because at the very least, you get, I think, 20 or 40 pulls now. I don't know how much is it. But when I was re-rolling, you would get like 40 pulls and like 20 weapon pulls, and it was like, God, that's unprecedented. Because in Genshin, you'd be lucky to even get 10 pull. Like right now, if you're re-rolling Genshin, all you're gonna get is 1 10 pull. And not even on limited banner, you're gonna get on the standard banner. Meanwhile, you re-roll in Wuthering Waves, and you get like 8 times more. And unlimited banners as well. It's crazy. And also you get selected and all that.
To separate? Or perhaps...
Because like Wuthering Waves would be probably the only game that I would actually recommend to re-roll in. Because it is worth it.
I should be careful. Whatever the case, I must find Rover first.
I mean, even 20 is still better than nothing.
Make it fast.
Because like, I re-rolled this account and go Jiyan and his weapon.
Starving.
And I was like, great. That was pretty much
thing.
all I wanted.
Oh. If I burn it a bit with my fire, I can eat it, I guess?
I just want to give a little Changli a hug, honestly. Like, I feel so bad for her.
I didn't...
Don't try to play me, you little thief.
Oh, you son of a gun, how dare you.
I found these all by myself!
Ha! You think I'm buying this story? How the hell does a little homeless brat like you score all this food? This is our turf. Better scurry off if you know what's good for you.
Why don't we let her stay? See, she's a...
We've got plenty of mouths to feed already. Unless you're planning to have her eat from your plate.
Well, what a bunch of scumbags. Jesus Christ. I don't know I would hate an NPC, but you know what? I did now.
I can do it.
Yes. Back then, I didn't know how to control my flames. I could only brute force my way out of it. My body was always covered in burns.
This is interesting to get the same story from like 2 different perspectives. Because it's a little bit more impactful to get it from actual Changli, because she actually lived through this. which is kind of interesting. I think I missed this one. Oh, can I know? Did I miss it? Oh.
I didn't.
I thought I missed it, but I guess no. It's just little Changli over here. Did you say something naughty, Liz? Did the YouTube overlords didn't like what you said?
Ma'am, are you okay? Oh, there's been a lot more tacit discords lately.
I'm fine. Thank you for driving those monsters away. But, honey, these cuts and bruises all over you, some new and some old, they never seem to fully heal.
I'm a resonator. These wounds are nothing.
Oh, honey. You shouldn't be trapped in this place like we are for the rest of your life. You should go to the city. With a powerful forte like yours, you'll surely find a wonderful future for yourself there.
But, ma'am, what about you and the others?
You go out there and make something of yourself. Make us proud. And when you're ready, come back for us. What do you say, dear?
I see, Liz, I see. Well, clearly violence is not the answer based on YouTube Sensei's rules.
And these. Take these with you on your way there.
It's good to see there's actually an adult that is decent.
Wouldn't hurt
in
to
this
be more
place.
prepared.
Makes me not lose hope in humanity.
This place.
At least too much.
This is where Master once lived in seclusion. The spaces are a jumbled mess inside this Sonarosphere.
I mean, I'm pretty sure you know what Liz is talking about, Angel. I don't think it's just you.
Please, wait!
My dear, you've come all this way. What do you need from me?
You gave me some food before. I haven't thanked you yet.
You misunderstood my intentions. When I sought shelter in your hideout during the rain, I gave you rations as a small token of thanks. No need to be troubled by it, little one.
But you told me the path to safety lies in embracing fortuitous moments. I didn't understand what you meant by that.
Well now, I only said those words on a mere whim. Never expected you to remember them so clearly.
I've heard Master Xuanmiao is a wise hermit guru who helps people. Can you maybe take me as your apprentice? I've been searching for you for so long. Please, will you consider it? I want to live. Learn to control my power and become stronger. Oh, or I won't see a peaceful and prosperous world.
Do you know what defines a peaceful and prosperous world?
That's a pretty loaded question to ask, like, an 8-year-old.
I think it means people can take care of themselves and have a place to call home.
I mean, I agree with that, Liz. In real life, kids are annoying, but I still don't want them, you know, seen or heard or mistreated. And especially in fictional world. And especially when that little child is Changli.
I'm a resonator too. I have a strong forte. Look!
Is this flame manipulation?
Oh. Did the game freeze? Oh. Wait, what?
Such a fearful power.
I don't know what
If not
happened there.
used wisely, it may engulf you in return. Without proper guidance, you will eventually be reduced to ashes. Alas, perhaps this is fate.
But for some reason the game just froze. Didn't really do anything. Oh, I just need to keep walking. Okay, I was about to say, am I crazy or something?
I can teach you how to control your power, but in this world of ups and downs, relying solely on brute force will not get you far.
I don't know, my skull got me pretty far. I've been brute forcing my way through every trouble. Also, how did a bird get in here?
If you long for a peaceful and prosperous world, you must utilize your own intellect to choose, strategize, and shape the future you desire.
Interesting.
Come over, child.
I guess I'm coming.
You bear the powers of flame manipulation. A phoenix born from fire. One that shall bring peace to this world. From this day on, your name will be Changli.
Ooh, I didn't know it means eternal flames. That's cool. That's quite fitting.
Do you have to go, Master?
My time in this world is up, my child. I have my own destination to head to. I can only accompany you so far on this journey.
Are you going to a dangerous place alone? Why can't I go with you?
Oh, it's not your turn.
Probably
to
because
go
you only
yet,
ate Changli.
Changli.
That'll be my guess.
You are a very gifted child, and you will surely achieve greatness one day. But the price you pay for forcefully employing your forte can never be erased. Oh, your lifespan is doomed to be much shorter than that of ordinary people.
Yes, I understand.
Remember what I have taught you. Ponder carefully, plan meticulously, and shield yourself wisely. For when you have grown into the person you aspire to become, your impact on this world shall be great.
Interesting.
Changli will remember your teachings by heart, Master. But Master, this person you want me to find, how should I find them?
Well, probably use GPS navigation. Or, you know, call them. That's a good one.
When the time comes, you will know, and you will have my aid. You need only use your wisdom to offer that person some necessary guidance. He is the only one who can truly change this world. You must find and help him. This way, the world of prosperity you seek will soon be within reach.
I believe I've found that person, Master.
I wonder who would that be?
This Weichi board and the Sonorosphere, they are both a puzzle and an answer. The end of this Sonorosphere, turns out it's exactly where he is.
Interesting. Oh, another one of these.
I guess this is another
let's
riddle
see.
from my master. Make it fast.
Oh, wait, can I... Oh, wait, call up. So I can put them there. Well, that's good, Angel, considering it's almost 1 AM already. I didn't think this would take so long, but I kind of put it up all myself. From talking so much. Well, that's alright. As long as we're having fun, that's all that matters. Is that it? Ooh, that's nice cinematic. It's alright, Liz. You know, it's not about the end of the journey. It's about the process that got us there. Are you okay?
I'm fine. I think I'm remembering something, but it's all just a blur. I can't make out any clear images. I've been looking for something for a long time.
What are you looking for?
I don't know. I just remember that it's very, very important. Something that can change the world. But I'm starting to wonder why I'm even here. Everything looks so different from what I remember. And why do you look so familiar? We've never met before.
Well, you see, child, I am your father. Dun dun dun. I take off my mask. It was me, your dad all along. I didn't know I would need to tell you this way, but it would be kind of awkward to tell to your bigger self, so I'm telling you to your child self. Anyway, the milk store was closed, so I had to take a roundabout. Took a while, but I am back. With the finest of milk, that is. Only the premium. Within my grasp. The foretold, never seen before. 100% pure milk. Only legends speak of this nectar of the gods. And I got it. And here you go. Use it on your Cocoa Pebbles. Or, you know, Rice Krispies. The Frosted Flakes. The list goes on. Maybe we'll meet in future. Is this a missing part of the device?
We might be able to open that door with it. What will we find behind that door?
Unimaginable secrets, I presume. Maybe it's what you're looking for. Or maybe that's what I'm looking for.
I hope so.
Or maybe that's what we're looking for. There's only one way to find out. A purple chest. That's our reward for all our hard work.
Extra supplies.
20 asteroids. Very nice.
A scheme would be grander than not. Vanquish malevolence in its nascent guise.
Master?
Changli, you have done well. Now that you have found the answers you seek, it is time to begin your journey. From this moment on, the choices you make and the plans you lay out, they will all lead to that future.
Okay, interesting. I guess epilepsy warning to any of you out there. A bit bright.
Changli.
Oh, my boy's talking. You know, stuff about get good. The Phoenix Flame.
Sorry I kept you waiting.
It was worth waiting for. Oh no. Oh no.
Run!
Oh, it's Fractures. I'm about to say, who was it? Oh no, these tigers. I hate these guys. Okay, well, guess I have to find them now.
Crosscut, take form. Listen up.
You're wide open.
Luckily, they're not as tough as the actual tigers in the wild, because those sons of guns one-shot me. This one is actually a mere kitten in comparison.
Bask in the sunlight.
Wait, hold up. Why is he healing? That wasn't part of the plan.
Triumph.
Break. Inferno. Don't you worry. Wind Rider.
Alright, you wanna play games, you rogue? I'm gonna play you games.
I can take it.
Roll for me.
Together we be reduced to cinders.
Ready for battle.
There we go. That was a little bit challenging, but nothing I couldn't handle. Let's go. It's all the times you killed me in a wild. Fortunately, I'm not ready. Oh, never mind.
Don't worry.
I was about to say, I'm too innocent. I only lived for billions of years.
This game is almost over.
Ooh, that's cool. May the holy power compel you. Get vanquished with a holy flame.
Can you feel it? It's warm. Doesn't hurt at all. See?
Oh, that's sweet. I like Changli. My favorite female character so far. Like, it's between her and Jiyan for #1 spot. It's kind of tough to say who I like more. That was fun.
It's so beautiful.
Oh, her eyes color changed. She used to have red, didn't she? And now it's purple.
Wooly, this is the miracle we've been waiting to see. It's hope, reborn after destruction.
Fooling.
It's over.
Did you find what you were looking for?
I think we did. And that is the power of friendship. The true treasure of them all.
Thank you for your help. The Midnight Rangers have successfully apprehended all remaining Fraxidus members in the mountains, and the effects of the temporal disruption have now vanished. I lost all contact with you during this whole time. Did you run into any trouble?
Tell you what happened.
Temporal disruption.
I think she is
hidden inside a sonorosphere. It makes sense now why it stayed hidden for so long.
I think she does deserve the character, and so does that old like training guy. But I don't know if they will make them because they are old. You know.
I never thought the solution would be to burn down the entire
Well, hi, they're cool.
sonorosphere
Let's see
from
you.
the inside. You went too far back there, Changli.
Changli, about your condition.
I know my limits.
Well, that would do it, cool. That would do it.
Lady Changli.
How are you feeling?
Wu Li is fine now, thanks to his doctor's help. As for me, well, at least I can still walk a bit.
I mean, Liz, from one oldie to another, from one octogenarian to another, our time has gone, you know? Gone are the days when the old people will rise up. We already have time, you know, getting up, let alone rising up. Our hips cannot take it.
After all, it's been almost 5 days.
So it's already been 5 days, huh?
I never properly thanked you for bringing me back to Hongzhen. I heard about the attack by the Fraxidus in the mountains. I'm so sorry.
Do some cooldowns, cool. Like, just walk around for a bit and it will ease the tension. You always need to do cooldowns after a workout. A lot of people don't, and that's why they get muscle pain afterwards. Especially if you don't train a lot, you gotta do your cooldowns.
No need for that. I understand.
You shouldn't just sit down after a workout. You gotta either walk for a bit or just stretch around. And that's how you get no pain the next day.
The Fraxidus had their eyes on the same thing we did. They've been planning an ambush on us for a long time. Why would we blame it on you?
We will never forget how you saved us. You gave us the opportunity to witness such a breathtaking sight. Thanks to your help, this journey holds no regrets for me.
As for the truth behind the so-called secret of immortality, Fu Ling has told me everything.
I mean, no pain, no gain, yes, Liz, but if you can avoid pain, why wouldn't you?
I had a gut feeling it would turn out to be a disappointment, but I couldn't give up. And in the end, I lost sight of why I even started this journey.
I mean, cool, it does sound weird, but it works. I'll tell you that much. Because I always go for a run, and then I do, like, a bit of walking, like, for 10-15 minutes. It cools your body down, so the way it basically works, your body heats up rapidly, right? And you contracting and, like, stretching your muscles continuously. And you do it in such fast, rapid fashion that as soon as you stop doing it, your muscles just completely atrophy from the inside. And if you don't continue, like, you know, doing minimal engagement with them for the next, like, 10 or 15 minutes, they will just completely freeze in that position, and you will get pain because of the, like, spasms very shortly after, or, like, the next day, even. It's a very big mistake that a lot of people do when they don't train often, or even if they do train often, they always forget about cooldowns. Never forget.
But this isn't the first time this has happened. Let's just call it another adventure coming to an end. I've talked about it with Fu Ling. From now on, I'll take her on more trips to see more new places together.
Also cool, 26 is like ancient, you know. It might as well be 926. She's already on her way to Florida, you know, eating applesauce all day long and playing like a horseshoe in competitions day in, day out.
Until...
Soon enough, she moved to like the plum pudding, and she sustained herself for nothing but that.
Until the day when I can no longer hold a pen. I've already talked to the folks at the publishing house, and they're happy to let me continue painting for them. My Eventual departure may be unavoidable, but I want to give it my all until the very end.
You know, soon enough she might move on to like cornhole competitions. You know, really get the hip going. The power momentum. No matter what happens, please take care. Even if...
I know you've already looked past death. But remember, there are people who care about you. They want you to live on and be happy.
Well, that is true, Angel. As unfortunate as that is...
Yes, I understand.
How it be.
Sometimes I wish.
I mean, Liz, I'm right there with you, you know? I'm right there in that cornhole, you know, corning it up. With the best of them.
We could stay together a little longer, if only for a while.
Of course, fooling. We've always been...
Oh, just kiss already, guy. Come on.
It's not time to be sad yet, is it? I've compiled a list of renowned doctors in Huanglong. They're highly skilled and may offer assistance for your medical condition, which is challenging but not impossible to cure.
Yeah, but this LeBron James school, come on. That man is probably more fit than any 20-year-old out there.
Lady Changli, I truly can't thank you enough.
Cool, you capping and you know it.
No need for thanks. If you're feeling generous and want to repay me, I hope to see Fu Ling's work in the next issue of Artists of Huanglong. Everyone's been missing seeing their favorite landscape artists work lately.
Yeah, cool, but those people get paid to be fit. There's a very big difference. There's a big difference between somebody at the age of 40 who works in an office 9 to 5 and gets home at like 7 p.m. Eats dinner and then just passes out on a couch, and somebody that just has to train all day and sometimes kick ball around and, you know, pass around. Big difference. They knew you were a magazine reader.
Are you surprised? Well, now I'm curious. What kind of a person do you see me as?
I mean, to be fair, Liz, you guys over there not doing yourselves any favors with restaurants such as Heart Attack Grill, where the entire premise is literally you get to eat for free if you're like over 400 pounds. You know, you're not doing yourselves any favor with that kind of stuff.
Now that the situation has been resolved, you should return to Hongzhen. You deserve some good rest. After going through so much, you must be exhausted, Rover.
And what about you?
Me? Well, I think Lady Xingyi could use the extra help in dealing with the aftermath.
Are you sure you'll be okay?
Well, it wouldn't hurt to have a little more faith in me.
That doesn't sound like a very Mexican name to me, Cool. Are you sure they are? I mean, Liz can probably testify to that, but Kendrick doesn't sound like the kind of name one would expect from Mexican people.
It's getting late. Maybe we should wait until we get back to discuss anything else.
That's quite a weird dichotomy going on there, Cool. Alright, that was kind of nice. Oh, we're still not done. Never mind. I thought we were done, but I guess not. I'll let you guys argue that one out. I'm indifferent, to be honest with you. Well, no, that's fair enough.
2 days
but,
have
like,
passed since Changli told me that she and Xing Yi would handle the aftermath. I wonder how she's doing.
I'm just saying.
Are you worried? Let's just go ask her then.
Might as well. Changli can be difficult to find. Let's go ask Xing Yi first.
Well, you know, Liz, you kinda on that side of the pond, you know. You went, your ancestors probably went to England once and they, you know, saw a queen and they were like, you know what? I kinda like that old lady. I'm gonna name my great descendant that. That's how it went. Well, to be honest, nowadays, names don't really matter much, because parents usually name their kids just whatever they feel like it. I feel like as long as you don't name your child anything that's hard to pronounce is fine enough, because if it's something hard to pronounce, they're probably gonna get bullied relentlessly.
Greetings. We're almost done dealing with the aftermath of the previous incident. We're currently questioning the remaining Fraxidus members we caught at Mount Firmament. They wanted to get their hands on the temporal program from the legend of the Wei Qi game, with the intention of unleashing chaos in Mount Firmament once again. But thanks to you and Changli, their plans were foiled.
Ah, yeah. I mean, Elon named all his kids weird names. Like, every single child, I don't know why he did it to his kids. Because it's like, you know, when they go to school, no single teacher will be able to pronounce their names. And the other kids will probably bully them relentlessly as well for that.
Changli recounted to us that a Fraxidus overseer had entered the Sonora sphere and was injured by her fire. They were lucky to escape, but have not been seen since.
I see. I mean, it's probably a pretty popular name nowadays. They just don't know when to quit.
I've put together a thorough report for City Hall. We will strengthen our defenses to make sure this doesn't happen again.
What about Changli?
We parted 2 days ago on the coast, and then she returned to Jinzhou.
I feel like nowadays, every parent just wants to be unique, and they name their kids like the quirkiest, most, you know, quote-unquote unique names possible.
Perhaps she's just taking some time to rest and recover. It must have taken a lot out of her to summon that much fire at once.
How's she doing?
Changli knew you'd be worried, and she wanted me to relay this message to you.
I never met an actual pair of twins in real life. I always wondered how they like function, because I know that some twins are literally like the same person essentially, and I always wondered how it worked, but I never had the chance to talk to anyone like that.
Meet her at the pavilion on Mount Firmament. She'll be waiting for you there. She also said, no more riddles this time.
Thank you. I mean, they probably wear the same clothes because they're essentially the same person. Just how it works. mean, it's twin magical. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, Angel is... I don't have better friends, to be honest. My friends are a little bit all over the place as well. That's why I have multiple friend groups. Normal and a little bit deranged. You just always gotta know how to mix them well. Just make sure they don't coexist at the same time.
How are you feeling, Rover? Well rested, I hope.
Well, it's probably just how they get raised from the childhood, because, you know, they're probably always together. And since they look identical, they're kind of like, oh, okay, I guess we have to be the same. I assume there's a psychology behind it. I'm not a psychologist, so I wouldn't be able to tell you, but that's what I would have guessed. I'm more concerned about you.
Aw, can't you see I'm perfectly fine, sitting right in front of you?
I'm still a little worried.
Don't worry, Rover. We're only having a casual conversation today. Nothing taxing.
I mean, I was the only child in my family, so I never had, like, experiences with even siblings, let alone a twin. So I wouldn't be able to relate, but it always seemed like a cool idea to have a sibling. At least for a little bit. If I can give them back, you know? If I can have them for, like, you know, a week and then decide, like a trial run, you know? And then decide if I like them, and if I don't, I would just give them back. To the ethereal void.
Besides,
be like, you know what?
You only agreed to
Don't
join
want them.
me here for more questions, right?
That's not my only reason.
Oh, is that so? I'm curious then. Sure, ask away. I'm happy to answer them to the best of my ability.
About the game records and secrets of immortality.
It all started a century ago, when my mentor, Master Xuanmiao, had a brief encounter with a certain peculiar visitor.
Well, it's just the beauty of a sibling. I guess you have to share everything. I mean, if you were a younger sibling, you probably would feel completely different about it, because you would just get everything your older sibling gets. It's the privilege of the youngest, you know? You get treated better, and as the oldest one, you just have to deal with it.
During a TD outbreak, my master was rescued by that individual. He exuded a unique energy and was always elusive. My master dug through ancient texts and unearthed his presence in long-forgotten history. After searching for several years, he finally met that person on Mount Firmament again. They played a game of Weiqi together, and that was how the legendary game record came into being.
Interesting.
At first, I thought my master meant the game record held actual information about the time crisis, but that was just a clue. The real key was finding you, the person behind it all.
Nah, that's not really how that works, Angel. From every single siblings pairs that I saw, the youngest get the preferential treatment from the parents, because the oldest one is like a trial run, you know? It's like when you get a game and it has a trial function within it, and you experience how the game is gonna feel, and if you enjoy the said game, you purchase it, and if you don't, you just return it. But in parenting, instead of returning it, you just try again. Until you get satisfactory results. And that's what you were, Angel. You were a trial run. And your second sibling is the actual full package. It's just how it is. It's unfortunate, but you, as an older individual, you just have to deal with it.
And lastly, the secret of immortality. It's most likely just the woodcutter's own spin on the tale. Sure, ask away. I'm happy to answer them to the best of my ability.
Well, it will work the same way other way around, Angel. Whenever, they get something, you can just claim it as yours as well. It's a double-edged sword. About the Sonorosphere.
My master and the mysterious visitor had set a trap with the Sonorosphere, using the Weiqi game as a guise. They hid it with the Court of Cervantes' Chronos orders, and it would only activate once the time flow on Mount Firmament was restored to its normal state. Despite the Sentinel and Mount Firmament being saved, the Fraxidus would not go down without a fight. They were convinced that the temporal mandate was hidden within the game of Weiqi, but little did they know, they had already fallen into a trap.
I mean, everything I got from my parents, I only used it. Because, my dad is gonna use my computer? No. My dad probably never even played a video game. So, I never had rivals. And, it's also, it would invoke my sense of competition to, make my siblings submit to my rule with the iron fist of justice.
Pure coincidence or the calculated workings of the Fraxidus, the explorer stumbled upon the Weiqi board, setting off its defense mechanisms.
Well, to be fair, Angel, it's a bit different sharing food and sharing something like phone or PS5, because you can't eat your phone. It's they're just gonna take it and then give it back. But with a chocolate bar, I don't like sharing my food either, to be honest with you. I feel like it's a little bit extreme. Also, he has his own. Yeah, that's a little bit weird then. I thought you meant he doesn't have one, so he borrows yours. In which case I was like, that would be weird though. Why would he take your phone if he has his own? I don't get that. I understand with iPad and PS5 because probably doesn't have his own, but with a phone it's a bit unusual. I see.
The Sentinel was already damaged when it arrived here. My master had foreseen the disasters that would befall Mount Firmament, so he created this mechanism as a precautionary measure. The Sonorosphere would devour all who attempted to enter, unless they knew the solution to that puzzle.
Oh, that's probably why, because his own phone is bad. Well, it is what it is, I guess. The solution, you mean burning down everything?
Precisely.
Well, that's your reason right there then, Angel. You found it yourself. If he had his own the same as yours, it wouldn't have happened.
The only way to escape was by burning the Sonorosphere without hurting anyone inside. It required masterful control of Forte. Thinking back, it was probably his ultimate test for me.
You see, that's your mistake for asking something better than your brother has. You should never have that. You should always have everything the same. That way, the true equality arises. Because if one sibling says better stuff than the other, that's when all the hell breaks loose. He also thwarted the Fraxidus plans.
That was his first goal with this Sonorosphere.
I'm just saying, it's a true equality, sibling rivalry. I feel like if you had a sister, it probably would have been different. Because I feel like with girls, they probably don't really want to touch stuff like that. Because they're probably a little bit more neat about things like that. I feel like if you have two brothers, that's a recipe for disaster. But if you have like sister and brother, it's probably a little bit easier. Because difference of interest and all that. There's a second one.
Before leaving, Master entrusted me with a mission to find that individual, the one who played Weichi with him, the one who left behind that game record.
Because one of my best friends, he has an older sister, and she's like the coolest person ever, and I never saw them even bicker. Like, they always chill with each other, and whenever I would visit him at home, she would always like greet me. She would come over and just say if we're doing well, like bring us some food every now and again, you know, tell us a cool story every now and again. We would watch like movies together and all that, and I was like, yeah, she's awesome. So I feel like it's not every sibling. It's not like if you have a sibling, you're obligated to hate them with your inner core.
After my master's passing, he would be the only one who could control the Sonaro Sphere. By now, you should know who he is.
Well, I think it's me.
Yes.
But I don't even remember the Sonaro Sphere.
That's why you needed me as your wayfinder. And from the moment you arrived in Jinzhou, I had my suspicions about your true identity. Our journey to Mount Firmament solidified my beliefs.
And also, when I was a kid, I kind of had a crush on her as well. As you do, you know, when you meet an older lady. It just happens. I was like, I think 12 at a time, and she was just finishing high school. And my friend used to tease me about that as well. So that probably helps as well on my opinion about her, but, you know, it is what it is.
And finally, the Weichi board in that Sonaro Sphere sealed the truth for me. Sure, ask away. I'm happy to answer them to the best of my ability.
About the little girl in the Sonaro Sphere. I mean, when you're that age, you know, you just, you see an older lady and you're like, you know, just, could you please be my girlfriend? I know we're like, you're an adult and I'm a child, but can you please be my girlfriend?
Indeed, those memories, they were all real.
I saw a little girl in the Sonaro Sphere. I assume there was a younger version of you.
Yes, that's all in the past. Just a little homeless girl with no... I never thought we could make new memories in the Sonaro Sphere, where only the past repeats itself. A moment of companionship and protection meant everything to me.
But wasn't really there for you, nor in the past.
I can sense your unspoken question. Did I sacrifice my life when I burned down the Sonaro Sphere, like when I was a child? What I told you there was true, but I've grown and gained control over my powers. Using my forte now won't harm me in any way. Of that, you can rest assured.
Well, just to tell you more about the story, so basically, I actually confessed to her, like I think a year later when I was like 13 and she was 17, and her response, she basically just gave me a kiss on the cheek and said, I'll think about it. Because I think I literally asked if she would go out with me. And, you know, if you're 17 and like a 13-year-old kid confesses to you, it's probably awkward. So she probably did the most adult thing she could possibly do. And I felt so embarrassed afterwards. I just went home and I was like, I went to my room and I think I played like World of Warcraft for the entire day, just trying to forget that. So embarrassing. But, you know, I mustered all my courage. And unfortunately, I couldn't complete my conquest.
Also, if you really are the legendary person who changed the course of history, then you are perhaps the closest to immortality, aside from our sentinel.
Well, the thing is, I was never like super shy as a kid. I wasn't very outgoing. But when it came to stuff like that, I never had like, I guess, shame. I would just like go for it. And if they say no, it's like, it is what it is. I'll probably forget it in a couple days.
We mortals come and go. Our lives are full of meetings and goodbyes. Our time on this earth is fleeting compared to yours. So don't let it bother you.
No, I haven't. I had all the girls confess to me. When I was in high school, I had a senior confess to me when I was a freshman. That was a little bit weird. Because, like, she was in, like, cheerleading squad. And I was, like, on a tournament. And after a tournament, she just walked up to me and asked me if I would want to go out with her. And I was just so flabbergasted that I didn't know what to say. So I just said, I kind of need to go. Can we talk about this later? And then, to be fair, I didn't really need to go because I had something else planned that day. And I was already late. So I didn't expect that. But I remember coming the next, like after the weekends, because it was like, I think Friday. I came after the weekends. And we awkwardly met in like a corridor. And we had like a conversation. And I don't remember what I said, but I basically said that I'm not really looking for a relationship right now. And it wasn't like she was unattractive or anything. It just, I didn't know how to process that. So I did the best thing I possibly could and just basically say that, you know, I'm not looking for a relationship right now. Which was true at the time. I was like busy, you know, playing video games. I was like spending 10 hours a day, you know, gaming. And whenever I was in school, I was practicing. Like, I didn't have time for a relationship. Are you kidding me? I had like T5 set of gear to grind. What else am I gonna do? Go out? To movies, cinema? Restaurants? No. Ew. Screw that. So yeah, that was my experience with that. I'll live in the moment, just like you do.
I see. Perhaps this is why it's so hard to leave this beautiful world behind. Then, would you be willing to finish that game of Weiqi with me instead?
Yeah, that's kind of weird, Liz, to be honest. I feel like that's like an HR violation as well as a common decency violation. I mean, okay, so I had somebody offer. Alright, so to preface you this, I was one time invited to a party with a bunch of older people there. It was like a party that my parents went to, and they just brought me with them. And I met there a very nice older lady. She was like in her early 30s. And one thing led to another, and she basically made an advance on me. I didn't realize she did that before, after I started thinking about it, because so basically, to explain to you what happened, I was like having a meal, right? And she walked up to me, sat across me, and just started talking to me out of nowhere. And I was like, okay, I mean, what else am I gonna do? So we started talking, And then one thing led to another, and out of nowhere, she asked if I was like single. I was like, oh, okay, she probably just asking out of courtesy, you know, making conversation. I was like, oh no, I'm not really in there. Now keep in mind, I was like, I don't know, 19 at the time, 18 maybe. And I was like, no, and she was like, oh, are you looking for anything? And I was like, not really. And basically the conversation led nowhere, and what she did, she left me her phone number. I didn't think much about it. I like took it, and she messaged me the next day. Apparently she got my phone number from somebody else. I don't know who, but she got it somehow. And she basically offered the next day to go on a date. And I was like, that's a bit weird. And keep in mind, at the time, I was into older women as well. So, it was like my dream to get into a relationship with, like, you know, an older woman. Why? I don't know. It's just like a fantasy, you know, every teenage boy has. So, what I did is I went on that date. And, I don't know. I after that date, I just kind of felt weird, so I chickened out. Because she invited me to her place, and I was like, I don't know if I want to. I don't know if I want to. Later on, we did go on a few more dates after that when I felt a little bit more comfortable. Because we got talking more, and I just felt like after the first day, I didn't feel comfortable with that. So, yeah. That was my only experience with, like, older people. I'm not a dating guru, and in fact, I don't really even like dating. I've been single for the past, like, 3 years. And, like, I don't know. It was an interesting experience. And, like, it definitely made me more aware of things like that. But I don't know if I would want to repeat it. Because I just felt weird. I don't know. It just kind of felt like I was treated as a kid, you know? It felt more like I was on a dinner with my parents rather than a date, if that makes sense. And I just kind of felt weird about it. But anyway, I thought I'd share that. Of course. Angel, at your age, the last thing you should be thinking is a relationship.
The young orphan girl carried on. Everywhere she looked, tragedies rampant. As lament engulfed the globe, a world torn by monsters, filled with homeless souls. With her own blood as fire, she drove away the cold. And her master said, "In this tumultuous world, lives are fragile as mayflies." She couldn't exhaust herself to save those before her.
It's probably different for women,
She must endure to ignite a brighter tomorrow. She wielded her wits to evade harm, treading on knives with care. Alone, yet maturing through stumbles. Later on, she became someone else's teacher. She taught the future leader this: to guide conscience and secure prosperity for the people, to continue lost teachings of past sages and establish peace for all. I will be the torchbearer, for one person can't rid the world of chaos alone. One day, a future of prosperity and lasting peace will arrive.
Wow, that was cool. I enjoy the cinematic. I guess the game started. That's insane to me, Liz. I hope it didn't go anywhere, to be honest. This does sound traumatic. Okay, about Changli's future plans. I am done with my work in Jinzhou. Now I should be able to stay in the Hongzhen for a bit longer. I've heard the springs here work wonders for relieving fatigue. Perhaps I'll indulge myself a little. And what was the last one? I guess you're welcome. If you have a moment to spare, I suggest staying here a bit longer. Hongzhen is quite a pleasant place to relax. And I guess the game finished. Wow, that was an experience, you know? I didn't expect the quest to take so long. But that was quite nice.
Finale.
Yeah, that does sound like a professor to me, to be honest.
Settled.
That sounds like the kind of person Chris Hansen would like to have a chat with and offer them a cookie, if you know what I mean.
Don't you worry.
Oh yeah, if it happened here, that would get the ass fired immediately. It's not the kind of thing that flies here. Because I never had professors like flirt with me, even. I feel like that's the last type of people you want to be interested in you romantically. Or at all, really. The only thing they should be interested in is your education. Because, like, I definitely had a crush on Professor before. But I didn't do anything. It was just like, you know, as I said, it's every teenage boy's dream to be in a romantic relationship with an older lady. It's just how it goes. Every boy had it. Whether it's your teacher, you know, your friend's sister, your friend's mother, like whatever. It's just how it goes, and you slowly grow out of that phase. Or you just embrace it even further. Wait, hold up. I was about to say, why was it red? I was thinking, is a new event going or something? I know that was just a glitch. It looked cool though.
Fury boils. As you wish.
As I say, it's normal, Angel. Everybody had it. And if they say they didn't, they're just lying about it. And it is normal, you know, it's just part of growing up.
Break.
As I say, Angel is absolute no. There's nothing to be ashamed about that. It's pretty much an experience of growing up. If you didn't have that, that would be more unusual. Oh, Liz, come on. Does Chris Hansen need to offer you a cookie now? Like, come on. I know them cookies are great, but they're not worth it. Okay, I guess let's go do some, stamina burning, because I'm just saying, Liz, I'm not making assumptions, but I'm just saying, do you like cookies? Is the real question here. Because I know individual quests never any supply. Well, I know nothing happened. I just thought, you know, I saw an opening, Liz, and I went for it. Can't even take a joke. Unbelievable, this woman. You know, you offer her a cookie and then she goes off. Unbelievable. Alright, let's keep going. But it's kind of insane, some of the stories that you told me before, Liz, just in general. Look, Liz, if you want cookies, I'm just saying, I know a guy. He has never any supply. I think he's in a contract with, you know, Nabisco or something. He can hook you up.
I can take it. Break.
Well, I'm gonna end the stream as soon as I drain my wave plates. I kind of need to do that.
Bask in the sunlight.
Tell truth from
Because
the
I
sun.
forgot. We might as well farm some bosses for my characters. Alright, let's go. What did I do, Liz? I did nothing. I just offered you a cookie. That's all I did. Oh, you know, you get a pack of digestives. Oh, and a nice cookie after dinner with a nice cup of tea. I mean, come on, who can refuse that? Digestives, by the way, is just a brand of cookie that we have in England. It's like the main go-to tea cookie. It's like super soft. It's like clouds melting in your mouth. It's great. It's a little bit dry, so you gotta dip it in something. Oh, you have it as well? I thought it was a British thing. I for some reason, I didn't know if other places have it, because I never heard anyone talk about him. I just assumed that it's like a British thing. Because I literally have a cookie factory. Like, I want to say 20 minutes away from me, where they make them fresh. Over there. And when I go to my local store to get them, they're like super fresh. Every day. Well, not every day, but whenever they bring like a new batch. And I've been to that factory before, and I go like one straight off the press, and it was the best cookie I ever had, I swear to God. To be fair, I prefer dark chocolate as well. I'm not that big of a sweets guy. I like my sugar, but in small quantities. And also, I don't really like super sugary desserts to begin with. Like, if you give me something like cake, I'm probably not gonna be too thrilled about it. But if you give me a nice, you know, ice cream bowl or a nice cookie, I'll be like, that's my jam. And I also like oatmeal cookies the most. Like a nice chewy oatmeal cookie is my go-to. That's what I get when I, you know, did something good and I feel like I'm gonna treat myself.
Darn it. Silence.
But yeah, I'm not that big of a sweets guy other than that.
Bide the time. Tell truth from facade.
Alright, let's go. It's probably my favorite boss just from music alone.
Miscalculation. Finale. Don't you worry.
Pistachio is pretty good. My go-to is like either cherry, I really like cherry, or I quite like citrusy, like lime, or mint is pretty good as well. Orange is hit or miss, kind of depends, because sometimes it gets fakey orange flavor. But I quite like, you know, fruity flavors. I'm not a big fan of, like, dessert flavors, like chocolate, cheesecake, you know, all those kinds of things. It's not my go-to. Mint is pretty good. I like flavor of mint just quite a lot because it's really refreshing. And if you get a good flavor, it's like, just hits the right spot. You gotta be in the mood because mint flavor is very polarizing. It's not the kind of flavor that you can just eat every day. You gotta be in a mood for it. But when you are in a mood, let me tell you, it hits just the spot. But you can never go wrong with even a nice plain vanilla, you know? I know it's basic, but when you get good vanilla ice cream, oh, it just hits great.
I could take it till my last breath.
Like my go-to is vanilla bean and coconut ice cream. That goes hard.
Not bad, huh?
Okay, well, that didn't go as planned. I really love that combo. For some reason, it just hits the spot. Just something about a very mild flavor of vanilla and then just coconut just hitting you in the face. Yeah, chocolate is just not for me. It's too rich. I don't really like chocolate flavored stuff.
Fury boils.
To be fair, chocolate in general is just not really my go-to. I don't hate it, but you know, I feel like there's better flavors out there.
Luminous energy.
As you wish. Break till truth from facade.
Yeah, that's the same for me. Like, any fruity flavor, I'll probably be down.
Listen up.
I'm just, as I say, I'm not the biggest fan of dessert flavored ice cream.
Leave it to me.
Like, I remember I tried like a cheesecake flavored ice cream, and it was good, but by the time I finished the bowl, I felt like I had a brick inside my stomach. And I'd rather have a refreshing dessert. And not the one that makes me feel like I need to take a nap.
Tell truth from the side.
Very nice. And then let's go and do this one the last time. Because I don't have desserts often, but during like... So, I'm sure I told this before, but majority of my diet is like... So I eat once a day, so usually I get like a nice chicken sandwich or something when I get back. Maybe a couple, if I'm feeling particularly peckish. Like a nice bowl of salad, some rice crackers to go with it, because, you know, sandwich by itself is kind of boring. And a nice bowl of Greek yogurt mixed with like banana, apples, some nuts. And that's my go-to dessert. I don't know, something about bowl of Greek yogurt just hits the spot. And then if I still feel particularly peckish, I get a nice cup of tea and maybe a couple biscuits with it. Or cookies, some of you may know.
Settled. Fury boils.
That's me done for the day.
Burn.
You eat ice cream every day? No, Angel, that's too much. How do you eat ice cream every day? Is what I want to know.
Silence. Leave me alone.
Bloom.
Don't you ever feel like sick of it?
Luminous energy.
Because I can't imagine eating that much sugar every day. I would go into sugar coma, honestly. You guys are crazy, honestly.
As you wish. Burn. Feel my wrath.
Leave it to me.
I don't know, I just... Like, sugar just takes so much toll on me, both physically and mentally, that if I eat too much of it, I just feel like crap for the remainder of the day. So if I do eat sugar, it needs to be either really late in the evening where I'm just already clocked out for the day, or like during the time when I'm physically active. Like if I'm going out and I'm just walking around, you know, like on vacation or whatever, in which case I don't mind having like an ice cream or something. But if I'm just comatose at home and I just have a bowl of ice cream at like 9 AM, that's me done for the day. I can't do anything else at that point. I'm surprised how you survive in Angel, honestly, with daily ice cream diets. I mean, even as a kid, I didn't go that hard on desserts.
Break.
Because like, ice cream is great, don't get me wrong, but I won't be able to have it daily.
Wind Rider.
No. You eat ice cream the first thing in the morning? I can't imagine that, honestly. That seems a little bit crazy. Not gonna lie. How are your teeth situation? Do you still have teeth? Is what I want to know. Because I can only imagine what your dental situation is with a diet like that. Frozen fruit goes hard, yeah. I don't know, I just feel like you still have teeth. Okay, well, that's an achievement. I guess you'd be proud of that one. But the thing that I just found out personally is that Greek yogurt just helps with your overall gut health and also just makes you feel better. Because something about Greek yogurt is so full of good bacteria and like amino acids, all that good stuff. It just makes you feel so good about yourself in general. That you just don't feel like, as I say, you have a brick inside your stomach. You see, Angel, that's how it starts. You start widening them, and the next thing you know, you're not gonna have any teeth. Let's claim this. Jesus Christ, it's already 2 AM. I'm deliberating whether I should go and actually do the quest on my other account. Because I haven't done them yet. Okay, you know what, why not? We're already here, I might as well stay longer. So just give me a moment, I'll go and log in onto another account. Because I need to do dailies as well, I haven't logged in ages. So we're gonna go do some more dailies. I'm already here at 2 AM, so we might as well stay longer, you know? So just give me a second, I'll relog. Alright, let me see. Let me find... I always forget where I keep, like, the login details and all that. I probably should have a place if I was smart about this. But unfortunately I'm not. And that's the main problem. Where was it? I think it's this one. Let's go with this. I think it's that. Okay. I think I'm in. Screen. Yeah, that's fine, Liz, no worries. should probably make like some fancy, you know, we on pause type of screen instead of just using that Zhao animation. I've been using it for a while. I might upgrade at some point. We'll go visit our cultural account, see how it goes. I haven't logged into this one in ages. I think I have enough to actually pull for Changli at some point later on this one, because I think we're gonna do it on this. So I don't have enough on another one. Alright, let's see what we're cooking here. Let's go do this daily first. Still haven't built any of my characters on this account, like, at all. I don't have any good echoes whatsoever.
It's time.
Yeah.
Surrender your stuff.
Tear them to pieces. Time to wrap it up.
All is fair in war.
I mean, to be fair, Angel, you probably equate to at least 10% of the annual revenue with habits like that. I think they should give you at least some sort of discount code or, you know, a life supply of ice cream. Because I feel like you are probably the most dedicated fan. I doubt there's anybody more dedicated than you.
The stage is yours.
All is fair in war.
Tear them to pieces.
Bloom.
I just wish I had your dedication towards anything, to be honest. Because you gotta have some to eat ice cream every day. So you're supporting even in the same brand. I mean, I think you should contact them and ask for sponsorship or at least some sort of benefits. What ice cream are you cooking with? Is it some sort of like fancy brand, or is it like one of those bargain bins type situation? We get a whole tab for like $5 that will last you 20 years. I wonder if I should farm some XP. Do I have enough actually? Let me take a peek. Oh, it's local. I see. So it's not like mass manufactured stuff. I mean, it would be easier probably to seek sponsorship from them as well, Angel. You know, if they are local, they probably would be able to support you. Ah, I see. Where was it? Is it like here somewhere? Oh, there we go. I don't have a lot of like EXP, to be honest. So let's go farm some EXP. Because I probably will need more. Well, it probably is local if, you know, you make it in your local area. It's more local than not.
You there? Looking to put on some training?
Yes, I do indeed. Thank you. Okay, let's go with this. Farm some XP. Get a gamer level up.
I see
Let's see
my
what we're
way.
cooking.
War.
See if my cultural skills are still as sharp.
All is fair in war.
Tear them to pieces. My field of expertise. I've had enough. Get lost.
Nice.
Blow for me.
Because like when I'm thinking about it, I don't think I even saw any ice cream factories near me. Like ever. For all I know, they probably made somewhere in a lab in downtown London and just get transported to me in an unmarked van, you know.
Be gone.
Photosynthesis.
Although I do say that I do have like a local farm near me. I get like milk and eggs delivered to me every day by them, so that's probably the most local thing I have. And to be fair, the milk slaps, and so do the eggs. Like I make some nice scrambled eggs every other morning. Well, on the weekends. I don't make it on the weekdays, but on the weekends, I make like a 6-egg scramble. Add a little bit of like chicken in there, or you know, whatever other meat I have. A little bit of bell peppers, some nice red onion. Maybe a little bit of cheese if I'm feeling frisky. Some nice soy sauce, and you know, we cooking. A little bit of teriyaki sauce for sweetness, and you know, we just popping off. Some nice sliced cucumber on the side. That's me sorted.
War spares no one. Exterminate.
Tear them to pieces.
Okay, nice.
No mercy.
Listen up.
Tear them to pieces. Zap strength.
Yeah, I wish I had that, but unfortunately nothing near me. Or at least as far as I know. I haven't explored, to be honest with you. There might be some that I'm just not aware of. But as far as I know, there's not.
All is fair.
Might have to go on a quest to find the local artisanal ice cream. Some bespoke stuff, you know? Where the farmers have to milk the cow and actually make ice cream only for me. I remember going down the rabbit hole, like the other day. I was just sitting in the office, right? Just on my lunch break, doing not much. And I go into this rabbit hole of the most expensive like food items in the world. And apparently, there's like a donkey milk that costs $80 for like a pint. And I was just wondering, who drinks that? Like, what kind of Elon Musk, you know, Jeffrey Bezos type character just sits in the morning, you know, with a cup of coffee and just cracks open a bottle of donkey milk and adds it to that? Or have like a bowl of cereal. They're made from the finest of wheat. And just, you know, drowns in donkey milk. Also a bunch of other stuff, like obviously caviar and all that. Yes. But some of the stuff I was just surprised. Apparently there's a melon called Daisuke melon in I do that as well sometimes, Angel.
It's time.
I add actually cereal to my Greek yogurt every now and again for extra crunch. That goes hard. But as I was saying, there's apparently this melon, right? That they grow in Hokkaido Prefecture. And apparently it's fully black. And its main characteristic is that it's super sweet and super like crispy. And it costs anywhere from $200 all the way up to 10,000 per melon. And 10,000 is like the most expensive melon ever sold on an auction, which was like the highest grade possible. And some, you know, mogul bought it for 10 grand. Probably to avoid taxes or something, but you know. I just found it so strange. They even paying $200 for melon seems insane to me. Because I love me some melon. Yeah, Daisuke melon. Just Google it and you'll find it. And Japan is like known for those kinds of things. They have like I think honeydew melon. That's similar stuff. They have like Roman grapes, which like for 8 grapes you can pay anywhere from I think some guy bought them for like $600. Just 8 grapes. And they look awesome. They look like super big. Probably very delicious, but I was like, $600 for 8 grapes? It seems insane to me. And apparently the reason why is because they only grown in very small batches, and they go through like a very rigorous quality control where only a certain batch can be distributed. But I was still like, you know, grape is a grape. Like, how great can it be?
Tear them to pieces.
To cost like 100 times more than regular grape. Because I can get like a bag of grapes for like $6 probably.
I can't believe this.
All is fair in war. War spares no one.
I have a bunch of those like quirky things. There was another one where they grow some like potatoes in France, which apparently have like a seaweed taste, and they call like bonetta potatoes or whatever.
Exterminate.
I probably won't. That's the thing. But you know what? I'm already here. I'm already here, and I'll probably be done in a second anyway. But you know, I just felt like I haven't streamed in a while, so I'll go for longer today. I'll probably just pass out immediately as soon as I stop streaming, so it's alright.
Now I've had enough. Get lost.
Target confirmed.
But yeah, so I went to that entire rabbit hole, and I swear to God, I never felt more disappointed in humanity than during that. Because the most expensive thing on that entire list was like edible gold, and I swear to God, that made me so disappointed in humans. Because gold doesn't taste like anything, and apparently it's super expensive because rich people want to feel special.
Misery follows.
So yeah, it was a trip that I decided to embark upon in like Microsoft articles or whatever I was using. But it was quite interesting. Opened my third eye a little bit further. That is right cool. When I need sleep is only when I'm passing out. Most likely from exhaustion. But if I'm not passing out, I'm good. And so far I'm still awake, so we're doing great. But yeah, I'll probably just, you know, if I'm feeling super tired, I just won't stream tomorrow. I just stream on Wednesday, we'll see. Ooh, we go to level 40. Nice. Nice. I'll probably complete those on Wednesday, because, there we go. No, to be honest, Angel, just because you don't have school doesn't mean I don't have work. I wish I could stay all night, but the thing is, I don't want to be a zombie tomorrow. That's the thing. No, I think we all should collectively get some shut-eye, because, you know, we all had a very exhausting, well, probably not exhausting is not the good word to use, because it feels like I'm describing a chore, but very, you know, exhilarating journey today, and I feel like this is a good place to, finish it. So guys, I hope you had fun. I hope you enjoyed yourself. I know it was a little bit of a wild journey today. I know that I said we're just gonna do, you know, Changli quest, but we kind of deviated from it. We kind of went in separate directions, shall we say, but hopefully you had fun. Hopefully you enjoyed it nonetheless, and I'm not sure if I'm gonna see you today again, considering it's already Tuesday. If I do, I'll let you know in Discord. And if I do, it probably will be not as long of a stream. But we'll see. We'll see. We might do something. But anyway, I'll let you know on Discord as usual when I stream next. Hope you have a nice evening or night, and I'll see you all next time.
Keep your fangs.
Until next time, take care, everyone, and bye-bye.
You